This is a no game zone.
This
Gamer
is no-
free zone.
In this zone, we discriminate against gamers. No gamers allowed.
Gamers are the most oppressed minority.
For real.
It's true.
And we have audio. Sick.
Yep. I think the first line we got was, "This is a no game zone."
Well, yeah, that was on purpose. I was really hoping I could beat that bad boy up in time for like some out of context comment.
Yeah, I think that was what I honestly I.
Oh wait, we're live?
We're
Yes.
live, baby.
Oh boy.
We are live.
It's gonna be one hell of a session.
I mean, you keep taking the microphone further away from me.
Okay, but that's because I need it to be closer to me.
Okay, you can sit closer to your desk.
I'm moving it literally 1 inch to the left.
Abby commits microphone crimes.
My microphone.
Conveniently, both of you should not be talking into it simultaneously at any point. So,
You should pass it like a speaking stick, like you did in elementary school.
no, you should not do that at all. I do not want to hear all your microphone fumbling, nor does our audience at home.
Okay, but the microphone is capable of doing that. Just for the record.
That's what you sound like. Like,
What we should get before the holiday could be like here.
I don't One started tapping on his microphone to make a noise, and his mic just canceled it. It didn't make any noise.
well, to be fair, I accidentally muted it with the tap button on the end. So, you know.
The fact that you specifically tapped on it to make a noise and no noise happened is great. There's still no noise coming out of it.
That's because I have a good microphone.
Not the microphone.
Also, you tap on the microphone to mute it, don't you?
Yes. Well, no, I
Yeah.
tap on this bit to
the other.
mute it, so I can do this all I want, but you still can't hear anything because my microphone is good at what it does.
This
We
is
heard it that time.
decidedly gaming.
No. What?
Welcome to
gaming
Moss. Welcome to Moss. You know, we're here.
Oh.
Like a solid half of us are just exhausted.
Episode 11. Day 1 of fall break.
Unless
Abby, you're
part-
first.
Yeah. So, getting into things, I am theoretically
Hypothetically.
Abigail.
Maybe.
A she her. I'm playing Cynthia, who is also uses she her, and I have to successfully stop Milo from doing something, which is a daunting task.
Have fun.
I'm on next, right?
No.
Nope.
I'm
No.
next.
God fucking damn it.
I was making sure Abby was done. Anyways, hi, James. Other information's on the screen. I play Frank, the man who is debating on turning himself into the police for murder.
Vehicular manslaughter.
Weird that that's the second time this has happened this year, despite crime being actually illegal.
Listen, Frank did not do it because he wanted to.
Crime being really illegal just makes it more appealing.
Does it though?
He actively tried not to commit vehicular
And
manslaughter,
so
and then
did Cynthia.
fair.
It's just you're both
Anyways,
bad
now
at
it's
it.
Now it's my turn.
Frank sacrificed having a concussion to not do it. He put his head on the line.
Alright. It's my turn for real this time.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Parker. I am perhaps playing Milo. Might be going to an angry pond and committing crimes. Who knows? Maybe he'll listen to some flies.
That's
Don't
even better
listen to
considering
the
the title of
flies.
the stream.
Yeah, I'm Kai. I'm purportedly playing Tom.
No one is confident today.
Who has historically, at least for the past session, and a bit more maybe, been bothering some millennials.
I am 100%, without a doubt, guaranteedly in charge of this shit show. Yeah, I'm Kelvin.
Bold of you to assume you can control us.
These are my pawns. I have manipulated them into thinking they can't be manipulated in order that I might manipulate them more efficiently. This is Moss. ASMR edition. I didn't tell anyone else that, but now it is. We're gonna play a game now, and it's my game. And at the beginning of that game, we find out what happened last time on game.
Last time on Moss, the town found out that about the Carpenters and is putting a collective F in the chat. Frank interrogates Milo about coyotes. Tom convinces Quest he is not in fact crazy. Cynthia figures out Graveyard Man can be found at the graveyard. Milo and Frank have a very Merry Christmas. Frank gives himself a concussion. Milo finds resident edgy bastard Marshall. Frank maybe commits vehicular manslaughter in his sleep. Cynthia's boss has filed a restraining order against Milo McCreary. That's what happened last time.
Baller. So, now conventionally, we would undertake reflection. Setup.
Yes.
So, who's making you nervous?
This session, there's two strong candidates here, but I've been on Tom's case already, and he hasn't done anything about it so far. So I'm gonna go with Milo. He's looking into the mills for some reason, and I know that's a bad thing. And I am also legally obligated to do something about it. So we're gonna go with Milo.
Acquire stat.
Moxie.
I'll wait the
Milo daring Cynthia to fuck around.
Dude, you won't?
The person who's making Frank the most nervous right now is himself, but he's not allowed. But I'm not allowed to pick that.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
I think it's probably Milo because Milo has just learned about a whole bunch of new places to get himself killed, and he's a little concerned that he's gonna get more calls in the middle of the night.
You can have a grit.
Alright.
Alright, it's my turn then. I think it would probably still be Frank for Milo at this point.
Milo did just find out that Frank gave himself a concussion while sleepwalking.
Yeah. And Frank did lie to Milo about the sleepwalking getting better, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think he's a little concerned.
Sus. A little sus.
Just a little bit yikes.
A little bit.
Frank is a sussy baka. Anyway.
I'm ending the stream. Well, it's been good, everybody. I will see
you next time for week 12.
Next time on episode
Anyways.
12 of Moss.
Milo, please have some brains.
No.
For once
I'm
in
just
your life.
daring Milo to use his brain.
Milo has used his brains before. He actually does
Milo's,
it weirdly frequently.
Milo's modus operandi is try and poke around with brains and don't find anything, and then just fuck around.
Milo.
He does have -2 brains. Using brains doesn't usually go too well for him.
He does try though.
He's a twimbo.
I've been trying to decide between Frank and Cynthia. But I think as much as I have been sort of defaulting to Cynthia, none of the situation that has made me suspicious of Cynthia has changed like at all. And like I feel like Frank kind of has things in hand. He has some idea what he's doing. He like doesn't, but that's the like impression that he gives off just a little bit. So Cynthia is the one making me nervous right now.
This week, you can have Moxie also. Go drink some violence water. Learn from the hate pot.
I don't know that that exists.
More importantly, we were explicitly told to not go there.
I mean, has that ever stopped me?
No, but like, the last time you went to somewhere that was posited as equal concern, you lost a chunk of your leg.
To go to the hospital.
Helen, consider this would be a really boring campaign if we all just sat in our houses and didn't do shit.
And
You are
Shout out to
almost
Tom.
right about that, but it's really rich coming from the person who couldn't if he wanted to.
Yeah, I'm aware. Well, he does want to, but he's not allowed to.
Exactly!
'Cause vehicular
Funny how
manslaughter.
that works. Alright, moves.
Moves?
Money moves.
Milo, how much ammunition does Kellen get?
An excellent question.
Yeah. How fucked over can I get? Wait. Go to the porn. Okay, that's not too bad. I rolled an 8
I get 1.
plus 2. So you get 1.
8 plus 2 is 10. Was that 8 with your plus 2?
6 plus 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
The 6 didn't pick up, apparently.
You're pushed, tripped, or distracted by nothing.
You're gonna fall face first in a pond.
It's a pond, so it's just on a
You're gonna
cliff
just-
this time.
there's gonna be a lot of flies around. And you're gonna be on your toes about it.
I think one of the bullet points on that move should just be flies.
They're here now.
They're there. They're chatting.
Don't listen to them.
Or do.
Or dude.
God fucking damn it. I'm gonna get you all killed. There's something else.
Tomathan, what's your thing?
Yeah.
Is my hypothesis allowed to be that Anna knows more about nonsense than he's letting on?
How would you prove that?
Him.
What's nonsense?
Well, I don't know, the
Well,
supernatural.
okay, that hypothesis feels to me like a physicist saying stuff fall down for a reason.
Yeah, that's why I asked instead of just declaring it. I knew it was a long shot.
Just like, as a general rule of thumb, you do have to be able to prove your hypotheses. Like, they have to be... Like, if you couldn't write a lab report about it, it doesn't really work.
I feel like it's workable if you're maybe a little more specific about it. Like, what does Auden know that he's not letting on? Do you have a hypothesis about why?
Uh, I should have had thoughts about a backup hypothesis.
You were
Because
sat in
I
a
knew
subway
that
for
was
an
unlikely to
hour.
work. That's true.
Shout out to free Subway, by the way.
Yeah.
Free Subway? What?
Listen, I'm not ratting out the person who is making our subway today.
Yeah.
Ah, alright.
Well,
All
it
I'm
was,
saying is the
to
card
be
reader
fair,
had issues.
it was like not, the system was not functioning properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the card reader decided that no.
Nuts.
And none of us had the patience to decide, to wait
Yeah.
until it decided that yes.
None of the three of us did.
I wasn't there. I was busy making this happen.
The third person being.
So do you have a hypothesis?
I
Is
follow.
That's
I don't
something?
I don't think so. I would like to have an hypothesis, I just haven't managed to.
Okay, well
You
you
don't
can, it's
have
a
any
start of
hot
session.
take.
You have to declare it now or forever hold your peace.
Just make a hot take. Just make a really hot take.
I'm too tired to be having hot takes. I'm
What you just said was, I'm too tired to be playing the game, which doesn't really work considering we're playing the game.
That's true.
Lorna is a witch and knows how to do magic.
I've done that one. I have not
You
made
can-
any progress on it.
You can keep the same ones, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, I think a good way to think of that move is like, what do I want to know by the end of the session is true or false, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, it doesn't have to necessarily be a question, right?
No, it shouldn't
Well,
be a
no, it's not,
question.
it's a
supposed to
statement.
be a statement.
It's that this thing is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be able to be proven true or false. And it has to be a statement. And it has to be, like, provable also as a sort of broad qualifier.
Also has to be epic. No lame hypotheses allowed.
No, well, I mean, I don't know,
Listen,
define
sometimes you gotta
lame.
have something.
If I was not allowed
I would
hypothesis-
consider a lame hypothesis something you already know, you know? And then it
Yeah.
already doesn't count.
I don't know. The problem that I have with this move, at least as of yet, is that I still don't feel like I know enough to be really trying to posit facts about the universe. I'm
Well,
still
yeah, but like
gathering
it's the whole
information.
point of the whole point is that like you're just getting +1 to learn if you're right or not. Right? Because as long as it's viable, you get +1 to dealing with it, right? That's a
Yeah,
thing.
well, it does say just forward and not ongoing. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
Hey, Lorna is resurrecting the coyotes on the Height Farm, and that's why they don't die.
That is a valid hypothesis.
Is it wrong? Probably. But it's a hot take.
That is true. It is a hot take.
What's the thing you want to know, and then what do you think the answer is most likely to be?
I would like to know a single fact.
You know all
Just
sorts
one.
of
no,
facts.
it's +1 forward when you act on it.
Oh, okay.
So,
like,
whenever
in
you act on
situation-
it, like in a scene, if you're using that information as truth, you get +1 forward to the scene, for whatever role is happening. So it's like, just pick something you want to look into, say something about it, and now you get +1 forward in every scene that you're using the information you think is true. It's not meant to be, I know this already, and that's why I'm saying it. It's meant to be, I'm postulating wildly. It's called healthy paranoia. But as long as I think I'm right, I'm pretty good at dealing with it. Because I called my shot, you know?
I figured it out and I know what I'm doing.
It's not meant to have evidence. You're supposed to be collecting evidence. It's paranoia. But I would like to play the game at some point, so if you could
Yeah.
come up with something, that would be cool.
I think I'm going to pass on this session and then regret doing that, but I don't know that sitting here trying desperately to think is going to get me particularly anywhere today. So,
Alright.
no, I don't have a hypothesis today.
Cool. It is a day of the week, canonically.
It's Sunday,
Happy Sunday.
the 9th. We've done Sunday morning already, but like a little bit.
Yeah, we've only done barely Sunday morning.
But yeah. Well, the only thing that's happened, like, for real Sunday morning is,
Cynthia
Cynthia
looks
has
at her
called
book.
Lorna.
No. Something
No.
else happened
And
Sunday
looked at a
morning.
book.
Something
Well, yeah,
else
that was,
happened
like,
Sunday
while it was
morning.
nighttime.
And Frank almost may or may
Frank,
not have.
how
needed-
have you been sleeping? How
Yeah.
how
No.
was
Yeah.
you pull back into your like driveway, and you, I would assume, spend most of the rest of the early morning hours doing something with yourself.
Laying in bed staring at the ceiling.
But what are you up
He's
to
gonna
this
sleep,
fine
he's
morning?
wrong.
What are you up to this fine morning?
Who was that addressed to?
You!
Okay.
Jesus!
He's acting like nothing happened for at least the first couple hours of his morning. Just, he's doing his job. He's existing. Nothing happened.
Man is simply vibing. Or at least
He is not
trying
vibing.
to.
That's at least how he spends probably at least till lunch.
Anyone else have any Sunday morning plans? Tom's at work. Milo?
To like check out the pond at some point. I don't know if you'd go in like the morning. I feel like that'd be more of like he sleeps in late anyways, so I feel like that'd be more of like a early afternoon thing maybe. But
Milo rents a kayak.
Cynthia, do you have any plans for this morning?
I think like she's keeping up the coffee thing that she's been doing. Beyond that, yes. I think.
Well,
since-
you're having lunch with Milo and dinner
right. I
with
did
Tom
promise
today.
to have those 2 meals, so that's probably most of her day today. Thank you for reminding me of that. I would not have remembered otherwise.
So what I've learned is no one wants to do a scene.
Other than Milo.
Milo has a lunch obligation today.
In the afternoon, Frank is probably gonna do something. Once
Yeah,
he's gotten over his
okay. Here's what I need from you people. If what you have said is the most recent possible occurrence, either play the scene out or hand wave it. Abby going, oh yeah, she has lunch obligations, that probably happens, is not conducive to you actually having the conversation you wanted to have with Milo. If you want to run the scene, do the thing.
Cool. So Cynthia and Milo. I think Cynthia usually has been giving Milo rides on this.
I don't know why. Milo has
I
a
don't know why
car.
either.
He didn't have his car
yeah,
the last
He has
time
a car
they went
now.
to lunch.
Milo
He
can
does
drive
have
himself.
his car now.
yeah, Milo's a big boy. He can drive himself.
Cynthia's already there and has a table when you arrive. I think sort of like waves to you as you walk in.
Milo doesn't wave back.
Rude.
But yeah, no, he sits down.
Oh, Milo, how have you been?
I mean, I've been alright.
Any recent expeditions? Find any ghosts?
I mean, nothing too exciting. Recently, I guess. Found some coyotes.
Coyotes?
Those aren't quite ghosts.
Indeed, they are not. Back in my day, well, those coyotes have been around just about as long as I have now. Anyways,
I only live like 10 to 15 years. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
so
Coyotes conceptually?
Coyotes have existed longer than you have as an entity. Like, as a species?
coyotes in Vermont came into Vermont in about 1950. And that's what that's supposed to revert to.
The fuck?
Well, yeah, but like, weren't you? I have no further comments about how long Cynthia was paying attention in the 1960s, which was when I was told she was, last paying attention. But carry on!
It's a rough estimate. Don't worry about it.
Cynthia has been alive as long as coyotes conceptually have.
Yes, they are quite a nuisance around these parts. I hope they didn't rough you up too bad. Or at all.
I didn't really actually run into them. They're just at the tree line, but still a little bit scary, I guess.
Well, it's good to hear you aren't, injured. Been exploring any abandoned buildings?
I mean, nothing too interesting. I've been kind of poking around the mill stream, but there isn't a whole lot super interesting down there.
Right. Well, old mills there's not really anything worth checking out. And they're dangerous, You never know what'll collapse on you, or what sharp objects have been left lying around. You could get tetanus,
The stream is missing Kellen just dying on camera.
Yeah, this mill vibe.
Yeah, you could just get
They're
tetanus, don't worry about it. Except do.
Okay, but we also established multiple times that it was not tetanus that Milo was at risk of getting.
Yeah, I know, that's the best part. Carry on.
Yeah, no, I think think Milo just kind of gives you a look and like nods along, like sure, whatever you say, Cynthia.
Yeah, okay, lady.
Hey, boomer.
Well, one way or another, I would certainly advise you keep away from the old mills. It's not safe. And it's not like you'll find any ghosts out there.
Not Milo having already found, like, one corpse that wasn't actually a corpse out there.
I know adventuring in places where you're not supposed to be is sort of your whole shtick. But I'm sure you do want to come out of those alive, with all of your limbs intact.
I mean, I don't know. I made it through the spook house. I think I can make it through a couple of mills.
Got you!
Like, no offense. Uh, but they don't seem that. I mean, to be honest, they've been pretty tame compared to the stuff I've been to so far, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Well, as
I
I
don't think
say,
there's
again,
much to worry about there.
it's not like there's a particularly, unlike the spook house, it's not like there's a particularly interesting history with the mills. That is, unless you're interested in the history of the lumber industry in this town.
Maybe he is, you don't know.
You've known Milo for more than 30 seconds. He does not give a shit about the lumber industry.
He doesn't care about knowing things at all. He just wants to see some ghosts.
Pretty much.
But yeah, I think Milo's just like,
Whatever.
yeah, I mean, they're definitely not thrilling, but they make for decent footage, I guess.
Well, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. You know. Anyways, how's your YouTube channel doing? Is that what it's called? I can never remember these days.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I could use some more exciting content.
Well, I can't say that's something you're likely to find in the mills. Unless the content you're looking for is like tripping and falling face first into a river and drowning. Or slicing yourself open and dying in the woods alone on something saw that's been left behind.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad the channel's doing the YouTube is going well. I do hope you find something that is exciting to watch and also doesn't put you in mortal peril to film. Actually,
What's the
usually-
fun in that?
Shh.
Yeah, I've been on the lookout for new places, but
Well, do try not to get yourself into too much trouble. But if you do, I am available usually. Yeah. If you do find yourself in a spot of trouble, I promise I won't tell you I told you so more than once.
yeah. I mean, I appreciate it. Hopefully, I won't need to. Yeah.
Is there anywhere else you've been thinking of checking out? Investigating?
I heard something about like a pond. Um, I don't know how interesting that'll be, but it's just kind of a body of water. But I don't know. Maybe there will be something.
Does Cynthia know anything about the pond other than, like, it exists?
It's a pond. I mean, it's not like...
If there's anything that notable that has happened in relation to the pond,
Not
as far as
really.
she's aware.
I mean, it's kind of hard to get to the ponds. Like, basically the entire area around it is just this, like, borderline untraversable marsh. Like, it's not called Little Bog Pond for nothing. The ground all around it is fucking soup.
Swamp time, swamp time, swamp time, swamp time.
It's like, some of the roads nearby are, like, popular with tourists because you can sometimes, like, find moose, but that, like, it's not even like someone could drown there, because to drown there they'd have to get there, and that's like a whole project, you know?
Cool. Can I read between the lines here?
Yeah.
I think this one's probably with rain. Because I think Cynthia's trying to get at if Milo has any ulterior motives for going to the pond. That's my angle. I got a 4.
Imagine knowing things.
Yep.
Couldn't be you.
Milo Cynthia
Mine's
squints
just
at you.
unreadable.
She squints at you really hard, and you're like, what the fuck? But Cynthia, he's
gear up.
inscrutable.
Well, I do hear it's a little bit hard to get out there. Gets a little bit swampy in that area.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everything in these parts is hard to get to.
True. I suppose.
I guess it'll just be an adventure.
Well, be sure to tell me how that goes.
Milo's a gamer. I'm sure he can do some kind of like speed run, skip over the water, clip through a tree, and end up on the south side of the pond.
Milo finds a particular rock next to a tree and then, like, crouches and stands up repeatedly
Moss.
next to it until he clips through the ground.
Moss, brought to you by Todd Howard.
I feel like this is probably the point at which food arrives and we can sort of call this a scene.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
gonna say, what else does the afternoon hold? This fine Sunday.
Swamp.
Gonna go for a drive.
Yeah? Frank, what does
Yeah.
that look like?
He's gonna be awake this time.
Good.
Quirky.
I recommend being awake while driving.
And he's just gonna drive back out to that bridge.
You can't cross it.
What's going on at the bridge?
As
Glad
you
you-
pull up to the covered bridge, you see that there's a ladder erected on the near side of this covered bridge, and at the top of it is this like short, portly guy, like fiddling with like a street light that was not on the last time you were here. And
Yeah.
you might infer from the current situation seems to be not functioning properly. But yeah, this sort of setup obstructs further progress.
I think Frank's gonna get out of the car and say hello. Like,
Yeah, as you like kind of
Yeah.
roll to a stop, I mean, he like notices you and bustles down from the top of this ladder. Kind of like gives you a wave, comes up to the like the like driver's side door, you know, so you can roll down your window and have a chat.
Yeah, and while he's walking up, Frank's thinking, "What's at the other end of this road that I could be going to? What's at the other end of this road that I could be going to?"
I'm just on my way,
Kellen,
you
is there
know,
anything down
across
this
this
road
bridge.
that Frank could name that he could be like going to?
This road is basically only used by the reserve rangers. Have you like? There's really no reason for you to have been up it before, so I don't even know if you know anything about what lies beyond this covered bridge.
But I guess the assumption you could make by the fact that it's a common ranger trail is that he could say like, "Oh yeah, there's a couple of hiking trails up there. I'm just going for a hike."
That is true. That is true. They are
Cool.
not frequently used, but they do exist.
But they exist and it's plausible.
Yeah, it's just a bit odd to be hiking in mid-November, so.
I do it, so whatever. And then get stuck on a mountain and end up 3 hours late for Moss.
We noticed.
Anyways, yeah, he rolls up and he's gonna go like, "Hey, never seen anybody around here before."
Hey, what's the big idea?
It's really important we get to see my man.
Your man.
Clement Loper.
He's such a man.
He looks like Mario from the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Kellen, how can you hand us this
That
man and
says-
not put him up on stream?
That says more about you than it does me. I don't even think I have this image set up to share on stream. I'm
What,
also
are you
terrified.
man?
I'm also terrified to hit the show image button because I don't know what will show up.
Find out.
Everyone, close your eyes real quick. All right. Okay. I don't have an image of him. Hold on. I might be able to add it. Image. New source. Browse. This one. Open. Done.
There he
It's
is. What
The
a man. I'm telling you, that's Mario from the Super Mario Brothers movie.
That's
who that is.
That says more about you than it does me. I've not fucking watched the Super Mario Brothers movie.
It is honestly, it's a pretty good analysis of dystopian dictatorship. It's a good movie. I'm just gonna say it.
That's
Watch
great.
this. Watch Super Mario Brothers like 1986, I think it is.
I can't get over the fucked up Goomba design. Yeah, so he walks up to your window and he's like, yeah. Hi.
Hi. I'm just heading out for a afternoon hike up at one of the trailheads up here. See, someone's finally gotten around to fixing that streetlight.
Yep.
Having a good day?
Alright. You?
I'm doing all right. Name's Frank, by the way. Kind of like sticks his hand out the window.
Yeah. I'm Clem.
Good to meet you.
Shakes your hand. Let me get the ladder out of your way. Bustles over and drags the ladder out of the way. And as you kind of like pull forward towards the bridge, he goes, "Hey, heads up! I think they closed the forestry gate for the year, so I don't know where you're parking, but good luck with that."
Trailhead's not far from it. Have a good one.
Yeah, you as well.
can't stop and investigate around the bridge without bothering Clem. And he seems to be a good man, TM, so I don't want to.
Do not bother Clem.
I
He
adore
does
Clem.
not
Do not
deserve
disturb
it.
the boy.
Is this the person you said you'd murder? You'd
Yes,
murder all of
this
us
is
if
the
we,
man.
if we hurt the man?
I love him. Clement Loafer's best boy. That's all I'm saying.
In my brain, he is always just gonna be Mario. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have said that, and I'm gonna keep slipping into a fucking New York Italian accent every time I try and voice him. Hey, I'm fixing a street light here.
Fixing a street light here.
Nope.
Not quite.
Anyways, Frank's I think she's gonna keep driving up the road.
Yeah, you get, basically, like, around the next bend, and there is a, gate across the road.
Yup. And we're in the gore.
This would be
Oh, not quite in the
literally
gore?
on the border, basically. Like, on the town line.
Actually going for a hike like he said he was going to would not be a good idea. But also the social consequences of just turning around.
Well, Clem did tell you there was no parking here.
Yeah.
True.
Don't go in the gore, Frank.
Or do.
But yeah, there's this, like, old, like, it's really, like, not been well upkept, like, forestry gate, so.
Yeah. Frank's an upstanding citizen. He's not gonna open the gate. He knows he's not allowed to.
Frank Smith doesn't do crimes. Only speeding.
And manslaughter.
I think Frank's gonna kinda, like, pull off to the side of the road a little bit, and he's just gonna kinda look around. Is this a poke around roll, I guess?
It can
Not
be.
sure there's anything for him to find. So he's gonna just poke around. He's in the vicinity-ish of where he was before.
I mean,
and
where
he's
he was before was, like, on the covered bridge.
Yeah.
So he's many feet down the road from where he was last night.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe the corpse just got flung around the bed. He doesn't know. He's gonna poke around a
I
bit.
just got the image of like Gmod ragdoll physics corpse flying off the hood of his vehicle and just swinging around the bend. Oh fuck.
He's gonna poke around.
What's your angle?
What would the angle be for desperately trying to rationalize what he experienced last night?
I mean, rationalizing tends to be brains.
I guess, yeah. Let's go with brains then. It's a fail.
Oh wait, shit, I failed a roll.
You did.
That's important. I get to advance.
Yeah, so I
Keep me tuned in on what you end up with. But, yeah, so you look around. Pretty much the only thing you would notice is, like a notice in a, like, plastic sleeve pinned to the, forestry gate. Just smack dab in the middle. It's not really obscured at all. But it's also, like, clearly been there for, like, possibly years, like, genuinely. And the paper is completely illegible. It's, like, sun-bleached and, you know, water-stained, and that's basically the only remarkable thing about your current location.
Yeah. Is Frank willing to have the awkward interaction of just turning around and passing Clem again?
What's your other option?
Not really. Like, the other option is just go walking into the gore, which is a terrible idea, and he doesn't really have a reason to do it.
I think the gore is only ever a good time.
You got mauled to death almost twice.
Listen, that's Milo's
Frank
idea
is-
of a good time.
I think Frank is gonna, like, turn around and go back, and when he passes Clem, he's gonna go like, "Oh, I forgot X thing, haha," and then drive. It's gonna be a really awkward interaction, and he's gonna hate himself the whole way home.
I mean, I think, yeah, like, if you turn around and drive back over, oh, like, Clem didn't even set the ladder back up.
Yeah.
He's just, you can, like, just kind of see him, in your, like, rearview mirror as you pull past the covered bridge. And he gives you, like a wave.
Yeah, Frank's gonna give a wave back. And then he's gonna go about his day not knowing what to do with himself.
Fun stuff. Anyone else got anything fun planned for this afternoon?
Well, we got dinner this evening.
That's true.
You
Well,
wanna do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Great.
Well, is Milo going to the bog while it's still light out?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's bog
definitely.
time.
Then maybe
It
we
should
do
be
a bog time.
bog time.
How are you getting to the bog, Milo?
I mean, probably, you know, parking as close as he can get, and then taking a nice swamp walk, I'd assume.
Okay, so point of order 1, that leaves you parked on the side of the road.
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
okay.
on the north side of Little Bog Pond or the south side of Little Bog Pond?
The south side was the angry side.
It was?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the south side of Little Bog Pond was the angry side. According to Crimbus.
Yeah. Then the south
Yeah,
side.
it was the south side.
Third point of order. Milo, do you own rain boots?
He will just suffer.
He's gonna...
But you'd probably maybe be better off just taking off your shoes.
No,
your feet cut up.
absolutely not.
Oh.
He's not gonna have any blood left.
Like, what? Oh.
Leeches.
It's fine. It's fine. He's fine.
It's fine.
Now, what you do is you get saran wrap and you just wrap your legs with it.
Milo doesn't have that forethought. Milo doesn't know there's leeches. Yeah, so, I mean, you can start walking basically immediately, once you get, like, down off of the, like, slope up, like, to the road, you are, like, leaving footprints that have, like, water in the bottom of them, as you make your way through. It is a thick mud. It's, like, black, super rich, full of, like, decaying leaves and shit, you know, like forest mud. And it takes about 15 minutes for your shoes to be completely caked in it. And as you hike out, it's just getting worse.
Yeah. I don't think he's having a very fun time.
You're going to have to throw
But
out these shoes and these socks.
Yeah. I think he might have like brought like a spare pair of socks just because he was like, oh, that'll be enough. That'll be fine. And man's never walked
Seen a
through
bog in his
bog.
life.
Man's never walked outside, let's be honest. Too much of a gamer.
Yeah, as you kind of trek, slog even, through the woods, and the woods themselves actually kind of break up as the ground ceases to be able to support, like, roots to a reasonable extent. And you kind of find yourself in, like, a whole-ass bog. Like, the trees are just these, like, dead pines that, like, stick up intermittently from, you know, just this wet earth. And once you kind of get to that point, you can sort of see in the distance, like, where it starts being water, but it's just this gradual gradient, transition. So, like...
Have fun.
And at this point, if you're, like, not constantly moving your feet, you're, like, sinking. It's not quicksand, but it's, like, mud. You're standing in a whole bunch of fucking wet.
Yeah. Roll a poke around here.
You can. What's your angle?
Why are you in the bog, Milo?
Yeah, could I just argue for, like, Moxie? He just walked into a bog with, like, no preparation. He's poking the bog with a stick and seeing what comes out.
Leeches.
Yeah. Roll.
So I rolled a 3 plus 2 is a 5.
Milo.
But I do get to advance.
Mark experience.
Sorry.
Well, feel free to let me know what you end up with as an advancement.
Yeah,
Milo, you reach this point and you're like, alright, time to do some investigating. You take about 3 steps and eat shit. And by eat shit, I mean borderline faceplant into the bog. You are now completely covered, the whole front of you, in bog mud.
F.
Milo has returned to cryptid.
Milo belongs to the bog now.
Milo is 99% bog.
You're going to have to
1%
trash
dumbass.
this entire outfit, or like hose down with a garden hose when you get back to the beach. How are you getting in your car like this?
Carefully.
But yeah, you are completely covered in mud.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to decide whether this idiot would just keep going. Because he's like already gone this far. And if he turns back, then it's just like accepting defeat by bog.
God damn it,
Don't
Milo.
let the
the
bog
bog.
win.
Bog one.
Don't
Yeah,
let
I
the
think-
bog win, Milo.
I
You
think he
haven't
might
found
just,
the ghost yet.
yeah, I think he might just kind of keep looking around for a bit.
Yeah.
Very uncomfortable.
And I think it's like, if you venture any further, it just gets harder to keep your footing. So like,
Yeah,
I think he mostly ends up going sort of sideways around this sort
Yeah.
of impassable bog. He definitely falls a couple more times. And I think it's just like this mounting frustration and this refusal to leave, that ultimately just builds in like him not finding anything. Like, it's just a fucking bog. Like, he's muddy and tired, and like, there's fuck all out here. And he's been here for hours at this point, and there's still nothing. He's just more muddy.
yeah. No, I think once he probably reaches that point, he just like goes back. Because I think once he's there for long enough, it probably starts to approach like, nighttime too, and he definitely doesn't want to get caught out there in like the dark. So he's like, the bog has won. The bog has won this time.
So,
Round bog.
y- what's your plan for getting, like, back?
Uncomfortably walk back to car. Try to get as much shit off of him as he can. Uncomfortably drive back home and trash a bit of his car.
Pile your seat with some of your like empty chip bags.
No, I think he might have like a jacket or something, like a raincoat, or like a windbreaker or something that he kind of tries to use as like a towel, or like to protect it a little bit, but it probably isn't super effective.
Yeah. You get, back to the B&B.
Looking like a bog.
Covered head to toe in mud.
Yeah. I mean, he probably just like walks in.
Milo, you open the door. Beth Lawrence looks up at you from her desk and goes, no, turn your little self right back around and go wash that off. You are not coming in here like this and tracking all of that onto the floor I just mopped.
Yeah. Does Beth have like a hose or something? You can
There's a garden hose out back.
yeah.
Milo, as you hose yourself off, you learn something. You are fucking covered in leeches.
Yeah.
They are all over you.
Yeah. I think I think he probably just uh grabs his phone. Like, probably just gives Frank a text. Like, what do you do about leeches?
Initial response. Oh god. What did you do?
A bog.
You just get like I kind of fell in the bog a couple of times.
How did you fall in the bog?
It was boggy.
It's muddy.
I got a bit bogged down.
Step 1 is go to bog. Step 2 is do not own rainbow.
No, you
Step
don't get to
4
move.
is
Nope,
die.
shut up. You don't get to move past my pun. Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it.
Nah.
Wow, what a great bit.
Thank you. I need to appreciate it.
I think the next one is don't try to rip it off.
What? That's exactly what you do.
No?
Yeah.
I mean, to quote Google Wiki, Google's WikiHow thing that I just looked up at it, do not try to simply rip the leech off. Leeches are very flexible and difficult to grasp, and even if you are successful in grabbing and pulling it, it'll pull a chunk of skin out with it.
Yeah. And then you're fine. I don't know. I've pulled many leeches off of my body, and I just pulled them off.
Like, when you are covered in leeches, though. How much flesh does Milo have to lose?
Yeah, I think Milo just sent you like a thumbs up.
What's step 2?
Yeah, and then I think you just got like, so how are we getting them off?
Apparently the tactic is like, you kinda like, try to get your fingernail under where it's attached and pull it that way. And like, slide it off. Like a suction cup.
You can also just wait, and they'll fall off on their own.
Okay, but also he would have no blood.
Hey,
he'd be
need blood?
fine.
He'd be a raisin boy.
Although according to Google, that only takes about 20 minutes. So if you
Yeah,
go back to the
it's a genuine tactic to just let them stop, but also,
well, what I'm saying is if he drove back to the B&B from the pond, they've probably all fallen off at this point.
Just a bunch
It
of
only takes
squishy
about 20
leeches
minutes.
in the bottom of his car.
And it's probably more than a 20-minute drive.
yeah, I would say it's a 20 to 30 minute drive. There probably are some that washed off, but I don't think all of them are done. Because they also probably didn't all immediately attach, is the thing to be considered.
Yeah, he probably fucking like tripped on his way out a couple of times.
I think Frank's advice is to, like, do your best, make sure to clean the wounds that they leave, so you don't get an infection.
Milo spends the rest of his evening dealing with the leech problem. At the end, he is cold and tired, and his clothes are trash.
Assuming at some point Beth, out of pity, helps him a bit.
No,
No?
she runs a B&B, not hospice care.
Yeah, that's why I said out of pity.
No! He was dumb and got himself into this situation. He can get himself the fuck out. She has work to do.
Does he ever see Maddox while he's leechy?
Well, he's out back. He's out back behind the house. So like, no.
Oh, yeah.
If both of you two assume Matic goes outside. Milo has a bad day.
Milo has
Milo
a bad day.
Milo has a bad day, and he found no ghosts, and
He found leeches.
a holiday season told him to go to a bog, and there was nothing there.
No! Christmas told him to not go there because it was angry. And he did it anyway.
I got covered in leeches for his crime.
The leeches are angry.
Maybe the leeches are angry. Did you think about that?
There sure are a lot of them.
You know, a leash has 32 brains.
What? Where are the Milos at?
They took all of Milo's brains.
There's nothing to take. But yeah, Milo has a very leechy day.
Cynthia and Tom
Yes.
are having dinner.
Yep. We sure
Yep.
are.
At my house, I think.
Yes. And Cynthia doesn't have to cook this time.
Yep.
And we're not getting into food discourse.
I make dinner. It's food and edible.
And I believe Tom is the one who asked for this, yeah?
Well, it was just Tom being like, you haven't come over in a while. I would like to do something with this phone call that's just bothering you about Lorna. And so now neither of us really want to be doing it, but we have to anyway.
I wouldn't say Cynthia hates being here. It's always nice to spend an evening with Tom.
Yep.
I think the real question is Cynthia getting badgered about Tom about anything, really. Because otherwise, I'm not sure I have any particular questions for Tom.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm really. I mean, I'm trying to give away as little information as possible, so I probably like ask after Lorna like once, but you like blow me off, and then I'm willing to let that happen, and we just like talk about the weather probably.
Coyotes.
Yeah,
Cynthia's
that
better at
too.
small talk than that.
Tom isn't.
Cool. So I don't think this is actually something that we need to do necessarily on screen.
Yeah.
We're gonna sort of hand wave this one.
Alright.
Tom's not interrogating Cynthia?
Pretty much.
No, at least not today.
Why not today?
Coward.
What's stopping Tom from interrogating Cynthia here and now?
Man doesn't want to be rude to a guest. No, that's not
Cynthia's a
accurate.
friend. It's not like you're walking up to some random stranger and being like, "Tell me about Lorna Crawford."
No, that's a lot easier actually.
So how many random strangers are you going to be able to find to go up to and ask about tell you about Lorna Crawford?
I mean, maybe not about Lorna, but like, walk up to random stranger and be like, well, it's usually not random strangers either. I don't know. Cynthia is not good at answering questions. I think the real thing here is if I started asking Cynthia questions, she would want to know why I was asking those questions. And for now, Cynthia not knowing what I've been up to is more important to me than like getting this information specifically from Cynthia. Because the last time I tried this, she ended up coming to the records hall with me, and that was not ideal.
Anyone else doing anything on Sunday night?
Frank's gonna do something before he goes to bed.
And what is that, Frankathy?
He's gonna lock his car keys in, like, the safe that he has for money because he runs a business.
Yeah.
He's gonna lock those in there. And really hope that works.
Well, I don't think it won't work. Because I'm not convinced Frank goes to sleep tonight.
It's at least rough.
I think anytime he shuts his eyes, there's like a very specific image in his head.
Yeah. Yeah. Frank is fine. Everything's fine.
He's doing great.
That is decidedly untrue.
Well, listen,
Nope, it's true. Frank is
he's
doing
just
great.
pulling an all-nighter, that's all. Plenty of people do that shit. Alright. 'Tis Monday. What you up to? Ollie is. Frank didn't sleep last night. He's miserable. Canonically.
Yeah. I think Frank is just gonna have a miserable day at work.
I think much as she hates to admit it or do it, she's gonna give Frank a phone call.
Good luck, Cynthia.
Which I'm sure is gonna go especially be helped by the fact that Frank is having a great day today. And has plenty of sleep.
Yeah, Frank's gonna pick up and he's going to go, Welcome to the ice cream shop. Well, can I help you?
Hello, Frank.
Click.
Oh. What?
Listen. You know how you and I get along. But
I know you're not calling about ice cream.
But I would hope, at the very least, that, like me, you truly do have our dear friend Milo's best interests at heart and care for his safety and well-being. I would hope that I am correct in that assumption.
This a threat?
It always feels like that with her, doesn't it?
Like, you're too old to be issuing a threat like that. Like,
Certainly.
okay, get on with it. What is this call about?
Like to ask for your cooperation in keeping our dearest Milo safe. Much as I
The
hate to admit,
fuck does that mean?
it means I have caught word that he has been poking around the old abandoned mills, which is, I'm sure I don't need to emphasize, dangerous and unsafe, and not something he should be getting into.
Dangerous and unsafe. Oh, wow.
So I'd like to ask for your help, because I know you spend a lot of time with Milo, more than I do. And you do know him well, I would hope. And that you would be willing to help him steer clear of the mills in the future.
Why do you care so much if he goes to the mills?
Because it's dangerous, Tom.
Bull
Frank.
Frank.
bullshit. That is, you would not be calling me if that was the only reason why.
Are you meaning to imply you don't care about Milo's well-being?
I I do. What I'm meaning to imply is that if Milo's well-being was the only thing you were concerned about here, you wouldn't be going through the effort of calling me.
I'm going through the effort of your calling you because I know it's urgent, and as he has been poking around the mill,
I'm aware.
and I am deeply concerned that if something isn't done about it, he will get himself injured or worse poking around out there. And he isn't exactly the sort to listen to authority quite as much.
That is true. An astute observation.
But I figured he's at least more likely to listen to you than he is to me.
No, the point I'm making is that if you were making this call out of concern for Milo's safety, I would have gotten this call like a month ago.
I've only...
You wouldn't have waited this long. What's changed?
The mills, Frank.
Okay,
They're
but
dangerous.
you went to
They're
lunch.
dangerous, Frank!
Cynthia, you went to lunch with him after he got a piece of his leg taken off by a wild animal while he was hiking. And we didn't have this conversation.
Frank,
He
friendly
goes to
reminder
the-
that you can read between the lines.
Yeah,
if
I was
you
about
would
to
like
say.
that.
Frank is not the type to read between the lines. He's the type to be a blunt bastard and just ask.
That
Well,
can be a
yeah,
way
but
of reading
that's
between the lines.
reading between the lines
fair.
with grit, my guy.
I think that's so Ankle,
The unstoppable
It-
law.
listen, you went to
Immovable
lunch with
object.
him after he got a bite taken out of his leg from by a wild animal, and we didn't have this conversation. And now he goes to the mills, comes back fine,
Bye.
like comes back uninjured, and now we have this conversation. Frank would like to read between the lines with grit.
Dice.
Hell yeah.
Maybe we'll get our first successful roll of the session.
I forgot what I'm doing for my advanced stuff.
It's a 7. Thank God he has a +1 to grit. Let's go.
What's your motive for...
Yeah, what's your motive for asking for this call?
And I'm legally obligated to answer this.
You can do so in context, but yes.
So, what? Because I don't buy that it's out of pure concern for his well-being. What's the other factor?
Beyond how much I care about our dear friend, Milo,
Who are you trying
which,
to
again,
convince?
I do hope you share the same interest in his safety that I do. But we've been through this. I am strongly of the opinion that he needs to stay away from the mill.
That doesn't answer my question as to why you care this much. Because there's gotta be another reason you want to keep him away from the mills. Other than his well-being, because again, you're calling me. You would never do that unless you absolutely had to.
And I do. I admit that. But truly, Frank, beyond the obvious, I care deeply about Milo's safety. I know
Keep
he
saying
needs to
that,
stay.
and every time you say that, it gets less convincing.
I also know that he needs to stay away from the mill. If I knew more, I would tell you. But truly, Frank, that is all.
You're so full of shit. Hangs up the phone.
I love these two so much.
Cynthia starts talking. Frank, that is horse shit.
Have I fulfilled my legal obligation in answering that question?
Kind of. I don't know whether or not that's like the question fully answered, but I don't know.
I feel like that's probably about as much of an answer as Frank was ever going to get out of this conversation.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like Cynthia's gonna be, oh yeah, Book told me to do this.
Yeah.
Frank, I think what you get is like, this is extremely fucking suspicious.
Yeah.
And then it's definitely not purely out of care for
Yeah.
Milo's well-being.
You've been thoroughly convinced that the excuse she gave you was stupid and not true.
I feel like also Milo needs to stay away from the mills is possibly the answer I'm giving you there. Or,
Yeah.
Or at
Why
least
are you-
Cynthia
you-
thinks so.
That
Yeah.
you think he does. And she's like, Frank's not opposed to Milo not walking into the woods because he tends to get himself hurt. But also, Cynthia calling about it is just sus.
Yeah, like I think I think probably what you'd get out of that is that the care is a little bit of a pretext, but Cynthia does know that Milo has to stay the fuck away from them.
That Cynthia definitely wants Milo to stay away from the bills.
Yes.
Not that he needs to, that Cynthia wants that. For some reason.
Yes. And she refuses to elaborate further on why.
Frank's gonna call Milo. Like, right after he's calling Milo.
Yeah. When is this? Sorry, I'm so gone for a second.
Yeah, when are we in time? When did Cynthia miss call?
I think this is like early afternoon. Like maybe 10 or 11 a.m.
On Mondays,
Late
like
morning.
yeah.
Same difference.
So Milo, you're probably just waking up when you get a call from Frank.
Yeah.
He's got to
No,
sleep on
Milo.
a couple leech bites.
Milo will pick up.
Hey, Milo, I just got a call from Cynthia, which is rare. And she was being really weird and cagey about making sure you don't go to the mills.
Wait, was she on the mill thing again?
Yeah, she like called. She was saying that because she was so worried for your safety. But I feel like that's really bullshit.
Yeah, no, I was like talking to her. Like, she like invited me to like lunch or whatever the other day. And she just kept going on about the mills and how they were like dangerous. I haven't found shit in the mills. They're like so tame. I don't know what she's on.
Yeah, that's really weird, because she would rather eat her own shoe than call me and ask me for help. Like,
I mean, I want to know what she thinks is in the mills.
yeah?
Because if
Part
there's
of,
anything interesting out there, I sure as hell haven't found it.
Also, part of it sounded like a threat, because she was saying, like, if you care for Milo's safety, make sure he doesn't go to the mills. And it's like, you're an old woman, what are you gonna do? Hit him with an umbrella?
Yeah, I'm too worried about that.
Anyways, I
It's
figured
fair,
I should
yeah.
tell you. I told her she was full of shit. Because
Yeah,
that's
I don't know if
weird.
it's like just like an old. I don't know if she's just being old and weird or something. Like,
Maybe, but also this feels like it's more than that. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I can't read that woman.
I don't. Part of me thinks it's impossible to read whatever's going on in that head.
Yeah,
And the one thing that's guaranteed is whatever's coming out of her mouth is probably bullshit.
yeah, I don't. I really don't think the mills are as life-threatening as she makes them out to be.
I mean, they almost killed Christmas, but Christmas got really unlucky.
Yeah,
Tricky.
Yeah, I know, unlucky air quotes. But yeah, like, be careful, I guess. Have you gone back to the mills since the Christmas thing?
um,
Oh, right, hold on. You did tell him
yeah,
about meeting Marshall.
yeah, I did.
Have you gone back to the mills a third time?
No, I mean I went to the bog, but
Right, that's why you were texting me about leeches.
yeah,
Please
Frank,
tell
I'll
me
also
well-
point out that you were there for the discussion about how the bog was, like, not a good place to go. From someone who we did
Oh yeah.
maybe trust more than Cynthia to know what was bad.
Yeah, so maybe what we learned from this experience is that the bog is actually a place where you probably shouldn't go. Like, you trekked all the way out in the bog and all you got was those shitty leeches. And the, like, risk-reward for me seems like a pretty solid don't.
yeah. I mean, I don't know what Christmas thought, like found out there. I guess.
I mean, he
Other
said it
than
was angry.
leashes. Yeah, which would be a kind of a weird way to just describe a bog with leashes, but
Yeah. But that also sounds like a good reason not to walk into a bog. Especially if you don't have, like, waders. So that you don't get yourself covered in
Covered
leeches.
in leeches.
yeah, that might be like a better plan. But yeah, I haven't been back to the mills since last time.
Yeah. To be honest, from the track record so far of all of the places you go wandering to, the mill stream's been the safest. So,
Yeah,
like, don't be an idiot, but I don't know. I guess if you do go there, watch out for wild old women with umbrellas who are gonna beat you over it, I guess.
yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
Anyways, have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Frank to himself. What the hell?
I think Milo's also having the same thought.
Congratulations, Cynthia has officially become the PC that both Milo and Frank are worried about for next season.
Cynthia's the real season 1 antagonist.
In one phone call.
That's all it took.
Now everybody is sus of Cynthia.
What else is happening?
Congratulations, Cynthia succeeded in making Milo want to go back to the milk.
Sort of figured that would happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, you did it anyway.
I think I'm gonna like go check out the courthouse, see if anyone's home.
Yeah. I mean, you could. It's not like open, but you can be there. Knock on the front door, I guess.
Yeah.
I think, there's like a moment, and you hear like the bolt click, and the door opens like just enough, and Auden's like, "Hello."
Sorry to bother you on your day off, but I was just wondering if I know you said that you didn't want your cousin like interacting that much with people, but I was just wondering if I could like see him for a bit. I really haven't found anything to go on, and
I can see if he wants to like talk, I guess.
yeah, that would be great.
I should warn you though that like I'm gonna have to wake him up to do that, so I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I could come back later if there's a time he's more likely to be like awake and not.
I would say odds are bad on today. I don't know. They were up all night last night. And by extension, I was up all night last night.
Not all right.
I can go see. Yeah, door shuts.
Okay. We'll stand there. I don't know how long for. A while, probably.
The door opens.
Okay.
Yeah, I like couldn't even wake him up. Sorry.
Well, thanks for trying, I guess. Do you mind if I like? Oh, I don't know. This is maybe I don't know. Do you mind if I ask what you were like doing last night that was so? I don't know. It's it.
They got drunk. I wished I was asleep for like the duration.
Yeah, that. Well, I guess I can't say he's surprised. I can't say I'm surprised he's. I'm not that responsive then.
Yeah.
Do you think I could come by like tomorrow evening? Maybe. I mean, I've got work, but
I mean, I like, I don't, I guess? I guess I don't really know, like, why.
Can I read between the lines?
Yes? What's your angle?
I think probably either brains or grit.
I would say grit. There's no, like, you don't even know
Yeah.
this guy enough to know
I
what
don't
his
have any
tells
information to go on.
Yeah.
That is an 8. So I'm gonna go for, I think what are you worried might happen?
Yeah. He's worried that you're, like, a weirdo who's preying on his unsocialized relatives. Like, he has no fucking clue what you want at all, and has genuinely asked you the question, why? Like, you've been here twice, you've exchanged one sentence with this guy you want to talk to, and he's now just, like, confused as to what you are still doing here after he told you that, like, what you were after did not exist in this space. Because it's not even like you're here to visit him.
Yeah.
You're here to visit, like, some guy you've not even actually spoken to before.
Yeah. Remember how to say words. That's a thing I'm capable of. Well, you know, I mean, people in this town don't really like talking about anything really, and that's sort of, well, your cousin mentioning witchcraft is sort of the closest I've come in my, I guess, research. And I mean, I figure even if it's nothing, it feels like doing something, I guess, if that makes any sense. But it's
Yeah, I just don't know that, like, talking about cell phones is going to advance your folklore research is all. I don't want you wasting your time on nonsense. Like, I'd feel bad.
yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it feels like doing something, even if it feels like I'm making, even if it's not like progress. It's just sort of like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't worry about it. I guess I can. You're probably right anyway.
Yeah, sorry I don't have more for you, guy, but as someone who has had many a headache from similarly oriented conversations, I'm taking this bullet for you, like it or not. Like, it's not worth it.
I am. It's sorry to bother you. Then, well, it's good luck getting some sleep. Maybe.
Ha, not likely. See you around. Door
Yeah.
shuts.
Can't decide if there's information here or not.
I think that if there is information here, you're gonna have to be digging a little harder than just asking.
Asking Auden.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if you try it for a third time, that'll be the charm.
Yeah, I think I might honestly actually, because I have a funny new move that I've gotten and then not used ever.
Pause and think to yourself, do I have information to use this move? and then
Well,
proceed.
It's just when you try to see the bigger picture.
Yes,
It's not
but it's
the-
putting together puzzle pieces you have, not inventing new puzzle pieces.
That's what the hypothesis move is for.
That's what the hypothesis move is for. You know what I mean? Cause like, that... Hold on. Follow the plot is,
Yeah.
like... It's, like, for example, does blank appear to have any connections to our dealings? Hold on, I'm getting offered free and high quality service. Does blank
Free
appear to have
and
any
high
connections
quality?
to our dealings so far? Like, you'd have to... Like, there would have to be something to look at to appear to have connections. And you'd have to articulate what dealings so far is. You know?
Yeah. I think the one I'm really going for is who knows more than they're letting on. So I don't know if that would be, like,
Based on what?
plausible, but that's... vibes.
Tom doesn't have vibes, though. Right? Like, I feel like Auden hasn't let on anything. Really. Objectively.
Yeah.
Like, that's the first time you've rolled to get information out of him, and you got exactly what you asked for.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably won't do that then, I guess, since I don't have that much to go on. I'll just do some thinking about that question, but without dice being involved. Which is the other way to play the game.
Anyone else
Thinking.
doing anything exciting?
Moss.
We should.
Not right.
What like day is it? Sorry,
Monday.
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 Leech boy.
So I think I don't know. I think Milo was thinking about Mill. Milo was having Mill thoughts. The Mill has been
Milo-
labeled as danger, and Milo is a danger boy.
Milo's gonna hear Cynthia say, "Don't go to the mill," and immediately go to the mill.
I think he deserves it and should.
It would be
That is a
extremely
very
on brand.
Milo course of action.
True.
Cynthia's
Well, I
like
think
a Greek
Milo's
tragic hero.
I think Milo's thought, right, is that every time Cynthia has showed him a place and like somewhere that she wants him to go, it has been lame as hell. So the fact that she doesn't want him to go somewhere makes it sound really cool.
True.
Cynthia is a Greek tragic hero. She hears prophecy and brings about her own demise.
No, that was Max.
Cynthia is just bad at following orders.
Cynthia is Arc 1 villain.
Cynthia is
Yeah, I mean-
keeping Milo from getting information. But actually just enabling it.
Like the leeches wouldn't like hurt him like too bad, right?
No. I would say that was a zero harm experience in that
Yeah,
you still have a bunch of
so-
little scabs, but you're otherwise fine.
Yeah, scabs have never stopped Milo. Milo might go poke around the mill street. I think that's how we might spend this month there. Our party.
What does that look like?
I mean, I don't know. He probably goes like in the afternoon-ish, I'd guess. Yeah, I mean, I think his thought is probably because there's definitely like areas of the Millstream he hasn't explored yet, right?
I
Because
mean,
last time he went, he kind of got interrupted by Marshall and went home.
yeah.
Um,
Well, speaking of, like, when you pull up, there's a van parked next to the bridge.
Guess who?
yeah, I think Milo makes sure not to block
Well, that's a little
Marshall's
tricky.
van,
Where
which
are you
probably,
parking?
yeah, he probably has to drive a bit and park on the side of the road somewhere.
Yeah.
So, like, it'll be a bit more of a walk, but he doesn't get the wrath of the man. Um, and yeah, I think he'll head down where he was gonna go before he got interrupted by Guitar Boy.
Well, that was walking north. I'm
Yeah,
assuming you're on the other side of the stream.
yeah.
I mean, it's a hike.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna ask if I could poke around on the way.
Sure.
Yeah. But I argue that this is with Moxie,
Yeah.
because, I mean, he did get told explicitly,
To not
don't
be
go in
here.
the mill.
Yeah.
Don't go in the mill, you will,
This is
like,
Milo fucking
get a
around in
paper
hopes
cut
of
and
finding
die.
out.
Okay, I rolled better that time. That was a 9. 7 plus 2. So
Guess as to what question
Yeah.
you should ask.
I mean, why is this place dangerous? I guess would be Milo's. I mean, that's what Milo's thinking. That's what he wants to know.
Well, there are a few, like, empty foundations that are pretty, like, hard to see immediately, so you kind of have to pick your way around those. Lots of trees that could
Yeah.
fall over at any given moment, you never know.
Yes, trees are prone to do.
Milo, I'm gonna level with you. You do not get what the hype is about.
Yeah,
You hike for, like, several hours north. And I mean, it's just, like, some rundown mills. You could slip on a rock, fall into the stream. Maybe there's more leeches. I don't know.
Drowning, Milo.
Hey Cynthia, what are you up to right this second?
Drowned before, Milo.
Cynthia, this afternoon, I think is probably. I don't know. I'm not sure she has a lot of plans for today.
Just sort of hanging out at home.
Yeah.
Cynthia, you're
At least
forgetting
when this
something.
is happening. What's going on?
Keep him away from the mill.
Your book is pouring water onto the ground.
What
It's
happens if I open?
hemorrhaging.
Sad.
It's hemorrhaging liquid from a specific page.
It's crying.
What's on the page?
The page that says fucking keep this idiot out of the mills. That fucking page.
Cynthia probably like swears and then puts the book away, and then is just like,
No, it's leaking still. Where are you putting it? In the sink?
yeah, that's where that's going, I think, for now. Leave that in the sink, and then, like, we're grabbing our car keys and we're driving out to the mill.
Cool. When you get there, there's a van parked next to the bridge that you, like, don't immediately recognize. And no immediate sign of Milo's vehicle.
Is there space for me to park here?
Yeah, next to the van.
Alright.
Is Cynthia also about to block the van?
It's not pulling out until she moves her car, but she has more important things to be worried about right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cynthia, where are you going?
I think Cynthia's, like, jumping out of her car. She's got her bag, she's got her umbrella, she's got a brand new pair of hiking boots.
Yeah.
The old ones are a little bit covered in blood.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're, like, speed walking about as fast as Cynthia is able to down the trail.
There's no trail.
Right.
Your
It's just
options
sort of
are the side of the
rough.
river you parked on or the side of the river you didn't.
Flipping a coin. I think we'll just start where we are now.
Yeah.
Milo's lazy. Why would he cross the river first?
Well, his fucking car's not here.
True.
Yeah, so you start walking. You're in for a hike.
Up along the mills.
Yeah.
Looking for fucking Milo. But not shouting about it. Should I, like, poke around?
You can.
Alright, cool. I think... Oh. This might be Moxie. Because I think this is a lot of... Cynthia's maybe panicking a little bit here.
No thoughts,
Well,
only go.
That's not Moxie.
Right. I think really why this is Moxie is because Cynthia is just, like, fucking going for it, right? She's just charging in after Milo.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Well, the toss-up for me is, like, this is kind of because it's her job,
Yeah.
which would make it, like, a duty-oriented thing, which might be grit.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I advanced. Sorry, I should mention that because I took +1 to grit.
Cool.
Yeah, I can see this being either, honestly.
I think it's grit. I know you want to roll Moxie because that's your stat, but this
But
feels to me like grit.
This feels grit. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm a lot better at grit than I am Moxie, so. Grit. That's a 9. Who or what has been here? I'm trying to find Milo. Is Milo... Any sign of Milo?
You hear something. It's kind of coming from further up the way there, but it's like maybe voice. Kind of hard to make out from where you are right now, but further up ahead.
I'll head in that direction until I can get there.
Cool. You walk for a bit, and as you get closer, you realize that what you're hearing is music. And you stumble across this sort of clearing, right up next to the stream. And you can kind of see, like, there's someone in the clearing who's not Milo.
It's not.
It's no one
I
you,
don't
like, recognize.
Person.
But they have not noticed that you were there. They are, however, making a lot of noise that Cynthia might presume is music.
Theoretically. I think Cynthia will, like, sort of approach slowly and be like, "Excuse me,
Have you seen a man?
have you seen a man?"
Marshall is just trying to vibe. What the man?
The music stops!
Record scratch. Freeze frame.
Marshall, you don't know that that's who it is, but I'm not going to call him anything else. The guy, like, fucking stops and, like, whips around and is like, "What the do you want?"
I'm looking for a man. Have you seen him?
Has anyone come through here recently? Past?
Fucking no!
Couple
That's
of
why
hours.
I'm out here! Why the hell do you people keep showing up? He's, like, storming off back the way that you just came into the woods.
You people.
He like, when he brushes past you, he, like, fucking, like, checks you with his shoulder.
Yeah.
Which kind of, leads you stumbling a little bit.
Rude. I think Cynthia will proceed onwards,
Yeah.
like press onwards a little bit for another like half hour or so. And if she doesn't find,
how much time you can get going.
yeah,
Half
like
an
I think
hour.
Cynthia's gonna keep walking for a bit, like just like, but not super long, cause like.
Yeah, you're getting up into the foothills.
Getting
By
up
the
into
time
the
you kind of
foothills.
come to a stop, and it's like you have not seen Milo.
And that random dude said that like he hadn't seen Milo or anyone.
He also said, "Why do you people keep
Yeah.
showing up?"
Which is, I think, why
mixed
Cynthia's
signals.
Still going.
But you do
I think
not
that's why
see
Cynthia
Milo.
carries on for a bit. And then we'll probably like start heading back to see if she can check out the other side of the stream.
Yeah. Cool. Milo, how long do you hike for?
I don't know. I feel like he goes like a decent amount of time just because like he really wants to think that there's something cool and forbidden and exciting out here. Especially because he hasn't found anything cool in a hot second. And I think he's frustrated about that.
Yeah.
But I mean, he still probably definitely like tries to leave one like at the very latest. Like, we'll try to get out of there before like sundown. But
Yeah. Cool. What I've learned is that you're definitely out of there before Cynthia is. Yeah. So, Milo, you don't really find anything. You just kind of get back to the car, you know, start heading back. As you cross the bridge again, though, you do see a you do see a vehicle that you recognize. Although it's not quite in the same state that you last saw it.
The old Thunderbird.
What's left of it? Well, for starters, as you kind of like pull over the bridge, you can see that the windshield has been smashed. And as you kind of pull past, you can see big gashes on the side where it was keyed. And as you finally pass it in the rearview mirror, you can see that the back is like all scraped out to hell. And you would also probably, having had a point of comparison, notice that there is no longer a van trapped behind it. But that is Cynthia's car, which is maybe a little concerning to you.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it seems like Marshall has had some opinions.
Yeah, I think. I think. Hmm. I think Milo's just gonna keep driving.
Yeah.
I think when Milo, like, gets home, he might, like... I think he might, like, give Frank a text. And just be like... so I went up to the mill stream again. Didn't find anything. But... I think Cynthia might be following me, question mark.
Frank just sends back a block of question marks. And then you receive a call.
Oh, pick that up.
Frank's gonna go like, she's following you? So is this
well,
like following you with a baseball bat or
No. I went out to like
No.
So, like,
Marshall's the one with the baseball bat.
yeah, no, I went out hiking, right? And when I was heading back, her car was there, like, parked right
Oh.
next to...
Right, she has that like flashy whatever the heck.
To be fair, it's
Dad.
not a particularly flashy car nowadays. It wasn't in great condition to begin with.
Why is it in worse condition now?
I mean, it's pretty flashy model-wise, though.
True. Thunderbird's powerful energy of car.
That is weird. Did you
Yeah.
tell anyone you were going to the mill?
I mean, no, I wasn't about to tell Cynthia that,
Yeah, like you didn't even tell me, and I can't imagine you would have told anyone else. Unless you told, like, Afia or someone, but... Were you streaming?
No. That's a good question. I'd say Melo probably was streaming,
That would make sense.
but yeah, I think Melo's like, yeah, but also, like, does she know, like, what a stream is? Does she know where to watch? I've never given her my username, right?
That's true. No, you definitely gave her your, like, out of character, you definitely did. You showed her your, like, YouTube channel and videos.
I'm not sure she
That's
has your
true.
Twitch, though. Or whatever you stream on.
Yeah, those are different.
Or would know how to watch a stream.
Yeah.
Or would
She
know how to
doesn't,
She doesn't
have
own a
anything you should
computer.
watch a stream on.
Yeah,
A flip phone
no.
will not run Twitch.
She knows that you do the YouTube thing and that you have shown it to her on your like smartphone at some point.
But
How the
yeah,
hell
no, I
did
think
she know you were there?
The whole question.
yeah, that's what I want to know.
Is she fucking stalking you?
What was the email Milo got? Stalker was just Cynthia. No, I think Milo's just like, yeah, I don't know why she's being so weird. There's like actually nothing out there. It's just Mill. I don't know why this is so important to her.
wasn't like at her car, right?
No. I think she went up the trail.
So, like, she like tried to follow you into the woods.
Yeah, no, she definitely wasn't there when I got there. I think she might have had a run-in with a marshal. Her
Huh.
car was a little bit messed up. But
Oh lord, what did he do?
I mean, she can still drive it.
Well, I dug my key into the
Into
side
the
of his
side of
pretty
his
little
pretty
souped
little
up four-wheel
four-wheel
drive.
drive.
Carved
Pop
my
my
name
name
into his leather
seat.
seats.
Took
I
a
took
aluminum
Louisville
slugger
Slugger to both
both
headlights.
headlights.
Smashed a
Flash
hole
the
in
hole
all
in
four
all four
tires.
tires.
Maybe next
Maybe
time
next
you'll
time he'll
think
think before
before
he
cheats.
cheats.
A Louisville Slugger indeed. Answer the question, Milo.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit keyed, a little bit smash.
You know, I don't feel bad for her, but
Rude.
also,
Valid.
like, that's not the best of moves from him. I don't know. I'm conflicted. Anyways, the
Yeah.
relevant thing is that apparently you've picked up a fucking 8 billion-year-old stalker.
8 billion-year-old.
She's as old as the coyotes.
Yeah, she's as old as coyotes. She's older than coyotes.
Cynthia's canonically older than coyotes. Thank you, Cynthia. Very cool.
She was 8 billion years old. She would have been better suited in last campaign.
Well, she's like, yeah.
So do you know what you want to do about this whole Cynthia thing?
No, I don't. I want to know why she's so worked up about the mill. To be honest.
I'm a little bit worried that, like, the next time she follows you into the woods, she might be holding a shotgun or something. Like,
I know where you can get a chainsaw.
I kinda thought she was all talk and wasn't gonna do shit, but she's kind of shown herself willing to do shit. Cynthia continues to earn PC everyone's concerned about. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think going and having a talk, as much as I don't want to, with Cynthia might be a good idea.
Frank kicks down Cynthia's door and is like, "Alright, you don't mess with my
Frank-
children."
Frank, don't go alone. She's armed and dangerous.
With a theoretical shotgun.
Take like Tom. He knows he's on better terms
He can be.
with
He can
Cynthia.
be a meat shield.
I don't think
you
Frank's...
can Tom is the best person to take to dangerous places because you can guarantee that you'll outrun him and therefore save yourself the danger.
Also, maybe Cynthia isn't willing to shoot him. At least not as far as, like, anyone knows.
Cynthia, speaking of, by the time you get back to your car, it is, like, dark out.
Yeah.
Or getting dark out. It's not totally dark out. Which is why you can see that your car has been fucking trashed.
Great. Wonderful. Amazing.
There is a sizable hole in your windshield. There is, yeah. It's been keyed up and down the side. A bunch of your windows have been bashed out. Like, the inside of your car is full of broken glass. And the back has just been, like, sideswiped.
So, for, like, somehow the, like, third time so far this season, I think Cynthia's gonna call the cops.
Okay.
Time Cynthia's going to be calling
Okay, well, the
cops.
first time was a little bit indirect.
This can
I'll
be
give
your
you that.
your
And the
Cynthia
second time is-
interaction with
Cynthia?
You're
Cynthia?
currently trespassing.
Cynthia? Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the part where I point out that you are on private property and have been doing so illegally.
Okay, great.
Maybe don't involve
And-
the cops.
And you have a known history of trespassing.
And you do have a history of trespassing. You went to jail for it, actually.
True. Briefly. And this is not a drivable car right now.
Well, I mean, you could start the engine, but you'd be driving home without headlights.
Or wheels.
Or taillights. No, you have wheels.
So the tires are still fine.
I didn't say anything about the tires.
Okay, cool.
You said he splashed a hole in all 4 tires.
No, Carrie Underwood
That's
did
because
that.
we were.
Oh, and
The
Tires are
song was
fine.
not canon.
The song is not canon. Cynthia did not cheat on Marshall Evans. Although I don't recommend doing that either. Yeah, no, you're just like, you don't have headlight or taillights. So it's not technically road safe to be driving. But your car will start.
I think Cynthia's gonna call Tom and ask
Right.
for a ride.
What time is it?
Like sunset, so 4:30 p.m. I would guess.
Yeah, probably closer to 5.
My question then is, what's Cynthia planning to do with the car? It's not like she can get it towed.
Come back for it tomorrow when it's light out.
Drive the car. Trashed.
Drive the car, trash, back to my house, and then just put it back where it was in basically the condition she found it.
She's not gonna, like, get it fixed?
Maybe eventually. But the point is, the plan is, I'll come back for the car when I'm gonna be able to drive it without killing myself or someone else.
I mean, yeah, I'm not doing a ton. Mondays are my day off. So I think I'll like pick up.
I think Cynthia's just like, hey Tom, I need a ride. Somebody has trashed my car.
But that's not good. Yeah, where are you?
There's not an exact address, but I'm on road name out by the mills stream.
Okay. Tom is writing a list of mental questions to ask, and it's just getting longer with every sentence out of Cynthia's mouth. Yeah, I'll be there in a bit. and I'll grab like a flashlight.
Great, thank you very much, Tom. I do appreciate it.
Just like a piece of the road, right?
Yeah, pretty
That there's
much.
like a little bit of a hollow offside, so you're just sort of standing there next to your car.
There's a gravel spot on the side of the road with exactly enough space to park 1.5 cars.
I'm just imagining the scene that's gonna happen where Tom, Milo, and Frank just walk into Cynthia's house and say, "Hey, what the actual fuck?"
Yeah, so, Tom, you find the car in the state, Cynthia's there.
You sort of just
I like roll up and it's just I just catch. I'm like, honestly, probably like expecting Cynthia to be not just on the side of the road, even though that's where she said she was. So I just like have to do a double take and like back up a little bit because I'm going, road speed.
Yeah.
And
Luckily
you just
for
sort
you,
of like wave in the like flash of the headlights.
luckily for you, there is space to park and get out again.
No, there's really not.
Your car is taking up all that space.
Not anymore. It's not.
It's still there.
Marshall shoved it to the side.
No,
just a
he
little bit.
didn't. He just pulled past it without regard for either of your vehicles.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I'm like stopped in the middle of the road. Can I like turn around?
Yeah, there's
on
probably
this
space
road?
to turn around.
Yeah,
Not much,
I'll
and not on the bridge, but like you can pull up, probably to about where Milo parked and turn around and come back.
Yeah, I'll like turn around and just stop in the road and like do that thing where you lean over and like open the passenger side door and just like.
Yeah, I think Cynthia will like.
I am here to pick up Cynthia and ask some questions.
Well, you've got the ride back.
I think in the meantime she was busying herself dusting broken glass out of her car as much as possible. But yeah, Cynthia will get in the car. Thank you very much for your time and your ride and the ride.
Sure. What happened?
Well, I was on a hike, and then,
It isn't really hiking season.
well, yes. However, I don't know, some delinquent seems to have taken offense to my vehicle.
No kidding. You must have really pissed someone off.
Apparently. Probably that young man at the... I don't know if you... No, you wouldn't.
No, I don't tend to know people in town.
Well, I did run across someone who was playing guitar out in the middle of the woods, and
I mean, it sounds like a decent place to not have to see anyone,
apparently,
if that's what you're going for.
well, the point is, I said hi, and I promise it was nothing more than that. And he blew his lid at me and stormed off. I might guess that the van I was parked behind may have belonged to him.
I think that would be a reasonable guess.
So I can only assume it was his doing.
And you just happened to be out on Millstream at sunset?
Yes, I felt like going for a walk.
You could have walked around town. You didn't need to drive all the way. How long of a drive is this? This is like at least a half-hour drive, right? Your microphone is
From
off.
Cynthia's house? Yeah, like 40 minutes. Sorry, I've been clicking through notes, and I'm trying to minimize the amount of noise I produce.
It's a very scenic part of the woods, Tom. I do like to come out here every now and then.
There are dice. You can do them.
Yeah, I
Friendly neighborhood reminder that read between the lines is the best move.
Yeah. I'm trying to set a record for how many times can we roll into the lines on a single PC in a single session.
I feel like this is probably with grit, just because Cynthia, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That
Oh,
is
fuck.
an 11.
God damn it.
That is an 11. Yeah, Cynthia, what's your motive for being out in the woods at night?
Tom's like, no, fucking really. What the fuck?
There are easier places to go for a walk that aren't like an hour's drive there and back. That's honestly an afternoon trip and not just a walk. Are you sure that's all you were doing? I had to stop myself so hard from not just being like, you want to try that one again?
Oh, baby. 3 holds, eh?
Is it 3? I do have 3 I thought it was just 2.
It's 1 or 3.
What were you doing out in the woods? What's your motive?
I received, I will just say an urgent request to, come out here to and of course, it would be rude of me to say no.
You've played into my hand. Who put you up to this?
Frankly, Tom, if I knew, I'm not sure I would be able to tell you.
Okay, people have like phone numbers and like addresses and typically faces. You don't do Milo's thing of just getting sent emails from someone. So I find that a little bit hard to believe.
Truly, if I knew anything about who asked me to do this, I would tell you.
Well, how did you even get a message if it's from someone that you don't know who it was?
I receive letters.
I've been to Cynthia's house. Does she? I mean, I assume she has a mailbox.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a mailbox.
Does it ever look used?
Yeah.
Does any mailbox? No mailbox in this entire fucking town
Right.
looks used.
I mean, I feel like Cynthia's maybe does because it's been a couple decades since anyone's like put a new coat of paint on it.
That's true of all of the mailboxes in this
Yeah.
vicinity.
I wasn't asking does it look like it's been around a long time. I was asking does it look like it gets a lot of traffic.
I mean, also ask yourself.
Based on what? Do you open it regularly?
Is Cynthia the type to write letters?
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
But like
What the one thing I would point out is
when
how
is
the hell
mail?
can a letter be time specific and urgent? That she had to
Yeah.
come
And
out
they
to
put
the woods,
urgent in big letters
right?
on it on the envelope. That's
like how could it be timed for her to have to come out to the woods right now?
Maybe it was just ASAP.
I have no idea what the mail schedule is like. I don't get mail.
No mail on Sundays.
Yep, it's a Monday.
Could have got mail.
I
on
think
Monday.
you just get a sidelong glance that's like, I think you're full of shit, but I'm not gonna call you on it. So like,
No
you
worries.
could.
Don't you get one more question?
Yes.
I do get one more question. And my next question would I would like my next question to be, what are you worried would happen, Cynthia? I think that's something like specifically in the context of like what are you worried was going to happen that was so urgent that you had to be out here in the like evening. But you can interpret it in any way you want.
Right, so that's like the question that Cynthia gets asked in
Yeah.
the narrative. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have learned that ignoring these letters tends to have consequences.
Of what kind?
Ones that I do not wish that I'm particularly keen on.
That's not particularly specific. Can they... I don't know. Are they threatening you?
No, of course not.
Then... what are you concerned about? Because if it's not a threat, that's... Sure something.
Consequences, Tom.
You still haven't... You get letters from someone who you don't know who it is. And if you don't do what the letters tell you to do, there are consequences. But also, you don't know who's sending you the letters. Do they just break into your house and, like, paint in blood on your wall? Like, you fucked up?
Yes, that is exactly how it works.
Tom,
Yes.
this sounds like some poor old lady's being blackmailed.
True.
Yeah.
This, or like Cynthia's being scammed by, like...
Someone really wants Cynthia's house, and God knows why, but...
Oh, of course not anything like that.
But then... Oh, forgive me if I don't particularly understand.
You are forgiven.
Then back.
Well, I work tomorrow, as you know, so if you want to pick up your car, it'll have to be on Saturday.
Isn't it Tuesday?
It's Monday, actually.
So I'm gonna have to wait 6 days to pick up my car because you work tomorrow.
No, all the rest of the days, too.
And you're never free at all ever during those days.
Well, I mean, there's the morning and the evening, both of which are dark.
That's
I mean, I guess maybe before work. I don't know quite when sunrise is. It's probably, like, by 8. But if this is a 40-minute drive...
Yeah. Well, I'll see what I can do. If there is any time during the daylight you could get me there, I would appreciate it. But I'll...
So my lunch break isn't an hour and
Oh,
change.
of course.
But, I'll keep an eye out, I guess.
I will see what I can figure.
You guys pull into Cynthia's driveway.
Yup.
There's a pickup truck parked in her yard. Leaning on the
Is it
hood,
one-
flipping through his phone, is Frank Smith.
He's here.
Yep, he is.
Tom, you pull up and kill the engine.
Oh, cool. I've also just learned that the sunrise in Vermont in November is 7.
Yeah.
So we could probably do it in the morning. I just want. I probably will have said that instead, but like.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, Cynthia's like, yeah, sure, we can go do that tomorrow or whatever other day of the work week
Yeah.
works for you.
I think if Frank is here, I'm getting out of the car. Because this can only be good.
Frank's just he's leaning up on the hood. He's waiting.
I think Cynthia like gets out of the car, thanks Tom for the ride, wishes him a good evening.
Cynthia, it's good to see you. I'm lying. What the fuck?
Sorry, could you run that one by me one more time?
Cynthia, it's good to see you. I'm lying. What the fuck?
You're lying?
I'm lying. As in the good to see you was a lie.
Good to see you, I'm lying. What the fuck? Frank, what brings you out here to my house this evening? I've had a very long day.
I'm sure you have, stalking Milo into the woods.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. I think Cynthia's starting to walk towards your front door.
Cynthia, I don't think you should walk away, seeing as Tom just drove you home, your car's probably still parked on private property you're not allowed to be on, so you're one anonymous tip from spending a night in a jail cell, aren't you?
Just like looking back and forth between Frank and Cynthia, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'm on Frank's side in this one, but I'm not gonna say that.
So, if you don't want that anonymous tip to happen, and also maybe some things about stalking, let's have a discussion now, shall we?
Kill him, Frank! Go get her! Gaslight gatekeep girl boss, my guy! Hot damn!
I really went up to Cynthia and was like, leave me and my son alone.
Never speak to me or my son ever again.
Listen, Frank showed up
I
to this
just, like-
driveway purely to choose violence.
I think I just like lock my car. I'm
So
here
what-
to watch.
So what about it, Cynthia? I think we should have a chat.
I think Cynthia has like stopped hand on the doorknob.
Yeah, I have a few questions myself actually while we're going at it.
I think like takes the hand off the doorknob. It's like a heel turn 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's about what I thought.
Alright. Shall I get some dinner started then?
No, we're gonna have this chat out here, because frankly, I don't trust you to not pull a gun as soon as we walk into your house.
Frankly.
Do you really think you're the type to own a gun?
Honestly, yeah.
I'd be surprised.
What would not surprise me in the slightest. To be honest, until now, I thought you were basically just all talk an old woman who just spoke out her ass because she had nothing better to do. But then you decided to start following people into the woods. And this
Orders, apparently.
Ordered? Oh. I thought you'd be retired by now.
I am. Thank you.
But-
very much.
Well, apparently not if someone's ordering you to follow Milo into the woods.
I have, again, no idea what you're talking
Okay.
What's that you were saying about anonymous threatening letters? I didn't know they were about Milo.
Yeah, and Cynthia, before you claim that they aren't about Milo, let's take stock real quick. First, you have a long conversation with Milo about how he shouldn't go to the mill stream. Then you somehow eat your own shoe to call me and ask me to keep him from going to the mill stream. He does not tell either of us that he's going to the mill stream. But somehow when he does, you also show up.
I think while Frank is on this tirade, I'm just gonna like pull out my phone and text Milo like, "How were the mills?"
So
And
I
like
guess my
a picture of Frank chewing out Cynthia.
so I guess my first question is, were you just following Milo all day? Is that how you knew he was going to the mills?
No, absolutely not.
Then how did you know?
As Tommy's mentioned, I received letters.
You received a letter telling you when Milo was going to be at the mill stream.
That I could not say for certain. But
No, if you received a letter telling you to go there, then
Frank, you can roll
that's
dice.
exactly what you saw.
Frank, please roll dice. Otherwise, I'm going to do it. But you,
Frank,
Frank,
you can have a. Your angle is grit. You're rolling dice. Actually, I would let you make a case for soul in this instance because it
You're
seems
concerned
like
for what the
Milo
fuck-
is your concern.
yeah.
yeah, Milo's his concern.
Yeah. So pop off, King.
Get her
Damn
ass.
it, that's a 6.
I
No.
I wanna help out.
How is that a
with
6?
Grit.
Don't you have like +2?
Yes, I rolled 2 2s.
Ah.
Yeah, can I help out with Grit, please? Or join in is the one.
Yeah.
Grit?
Yeah, with Grit.
Yeah, he's a
I
stubborn
want to know
little
what the
man.
fuck is going on.
Plus, like,
You-
he's actively supplying Frank with more ammunition, so it feels
Yeah.
accurate that was that.
Absolutely.
You are absolutely helping out right now.
I heard that Frank was choosing violence and like was already sort of half to violence already, and then
He's
just you know.
Also, failing the roll, if you think about it, if you just force it out in roleplay, you force it out in roleplay.
Yeah,
I'm here to
but it's
choose
I'm giving you the option of like
Yeah.
actually getting real answers out of Cynthia.
Yes.
Because
I got
she can
a,
just dodge you.
Yeah, I got a 8, which means you get +1, which makes that a 7, so you get 1 hold.
Oh boy.
You got a lot of good ones to pick from here. I'm just glad you don't get 3 of them. For now.
Yeah.
Well, if he doesn't get enough answers, I am also capable of rolling that roll.
I think I'm gonna hold on to that for
Yep.
a moment, and we're gonna take some more shots.
Just like if you have to call out when you're using the hold so that you can make sure you get your answer.
Yeah.
Please do.
So, like, you got a letter that told you when to go to the mill stream to prevent Milo from doing something who God knows what you care about there. I'm pretty sure that's a lie, because the mail takes time to arrive. And no one knew that Milo was going to go in advance. No one could have sent you that letter, like, at least a day in advance for you to receive it. So, no, you didn't receive a letter about this.
I don't
And
know
now-
what else to tell you, Frank. It's never delivered through the postal service. So,
So it,
They just show up at your door?
yes, exactly.
and this anonymous letter sender that you don't know of, like, you claim not to know, you just listen to everything they say. They tell you to go stalk your friend into the woods, and you just do it.
Apparently, there are some nebulously undefined consequences. Now, that was not at all particularly specific, and I'm making direct eye contact with Cynthia.
So, like, if they're anonymous, and all they do is send letters, like, what could they possibly be doing as consequences? Unless you're just assuming there's consequences and you've never actually not done what the letters told you to.
No. There are certainly consequences.
So what are they then? Do you get a little frowny face written on the next letter? Is that the consequence?
All I will say is that they can range from a mild warning to do better next time to options that have been a little more serious.
So you're like fully being coerced here.
Yes.
That,
Possibly.
that sounds like a cause for concern, but not like a particularly good reason to be following Milo into the woods with
An intent.
any kind of intention. Unless it is. I don't know. If you know something is dangerous, then I suppose, but. Did I get any response to my text from to Milo?
Yeah, he probably. I mean, you just like. Sorry. Yeah. No. I think you probably just get like a. It was pretty uninteresting, and then he probably asks how uh Cynthia and Frank are doing, how that whole situation is going.
Yeah, I think you get Frank is going at her. I'll call you later. And then probably I I think it would be funny if I just look at my phone after I've said if you know it's dangerous and then just get to go. But I mean, according to Milo at least, it doesn't seem like there's really anything out there to be concerned about.
And also, more importantly, if you're being coerced, and from you implied that you've been assaulted basically for not doing what these letters tell you to, have you not gone to the police about this? Like, that's a pretty fucking serious thing.
Well, as you've pointed out, I'm not on the best terms with the police right now.
Okay, listen, you got caught trespassing once, and also by the way you're talking about it, it sounds like this has been going on for more than like a couple of weeks, aka before the whole getting caught up with the spook house thing.
Yes, it has been ongoing.
So why haven't you gone, like, if you're being blackmailed, assaulted if you don't do what they tell you to, there a reason you haven't gone to the police? What are they holding over you?
If I tell you that, it would be very bad for me. How about that?
So they're like
And if I tell the
actively
police,
monitoring.
it would be even worse.
Would you? And this is purely academic curiosity at this point. Would you mind if I took a look at those letters? I did have. Well, I went to law school for a little bit, and I don't know that anything I would know would be particularly useful in I don't know, getting rid of blackmailers, but at least if you decide to take it to court, we could give it a pass.
I don't tend to keep them around.
Why? I'm seeing Kellen.
This is your
mouth
friendly
open.
neighborhood reminder that it gets below freezing at night in November in Vermont.
It's cold as all hell out.
Frank does not give a single shit.
I'm sure he doesn't, but he's not the only one in the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was not prepared to be standing outside.
Neither is Cynthia, really. She's got like a jacket, but it's not ready for this.
Carry on.
Maybe I grabbed a coat.
So you're in a position where someone's giving you orders. You can't refuse, and for some reason you can't go to the police about it because they're holding something over your head for it.
Frank, have you ever been blackmailed? This is how this works, usually.
Yeah, but I also know that how you deal with blackmail is you take away their power.
And how do you expect me to do that in this situation?
Well, I don't know what your situation is because you're being cagey as all hell. It's different in every situation, but just going with it only ever leads to you getting hurt worse. Because if this is what they're doing, they don't have your best interests at heart. And they're gonna get you into even bigger trouble.
Frank, I'm not quite sure you're understanding.
Then what am I understanding? Do you just agree to this? Is this something you like? Do you like being blackmailed and coerced into doing things?
No, I think what you're not understanding here is what are you expecting me to have been doing about this? If I go to the cops about it, they'll know. I mean, honestly, probably saying too much here. I received the letters here at my house from them. They know where I live, Frank. How do I stop them from having power over me when the power they have over me is the ability to end my life?
Well, I don't know what power they do hold over you. I asked you that and you avoided the question.
Well, now you know.
So they can just end your life?
There's
Frank.
a sniper there, and a sniper there, and a sniper there.
Yeah, is there a sniper watching you at all times? Should I be watching for a red dot on my chest?
First of all, I don't know exactly why you would have a red dot. Secondly,
Right. Anyways, do they just have someone watching you all times ready to just knock you off if you ever do something they don't approve of?
sometimes it feels that way.
Like, are you saying that even if, the police put you into witness protection, they would still be able to find you and kill you? Witness protection is a thing.
I wouldn't put it past them, and frankly, I'm not sure how long that would take to get set up. But
The police are pretty dang good at it. Kind of the point of witness protection is that it's something they can just do. Like, when people are ratting out the mafia, they don't say, "Well, we can protect you in 4 to 6 weeks. Don't get shot in the meantime."
It starts drizzling out.
Frank, it is cold and miserable out, and I have had a frankly awful day so far.
Frankly.
I would. I don't know if you're going anywhere with this, but I'm glad
Give
you
me
know
one-
I'm
give-
being blackmailed.
Out
And
of
that you
character,
think-
give me one moment to use
Yes.
a hold, and then we can probably be done with this.
Yeah. No, I think
Or
this is.
you could just go inside.
Please, I want to eat dinner at some point.
I'm working on it, Parker.
Sure, we can go inside.
So-
Frank can go. Fine, we can continue the conversation indoors.
Very well. I think Cynthia, turns around, opens the door.
Cynthia, there is an
What?
inch of dark water across the entire floor, all the way down the hall. And it seems to be pretty wet in there. And now it's time for break! We'll be right back after these messages.
Man, I'm enjoying this.
I'm having the time of my life!
Me
There
too.
was a lot of shit I was expecting to happen on this episode 11 of 12 of season 1. And this was not on the list, but I'm having a blast!
I'm so happy I'm playing a character who isn't polite. I get to just choose violence.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Frank is just popping off.
Yeah. I think I'm a big fan of how
King!
I just showed up and like Frank was there and I went, oh, I don't know if I've ever seen these two interact, but Frank definitely like hates Cynthia, so this is gonna be something. And then I had information Frank needed, and I have some questions I would like answered.
When you guys were on the drive,
Parker, go eat.
Yeah,
I
we
texted
Go
Helen
eat.
like, "Hey, Frank's gonna, if you'll allow it, Frank's gonna be in Cynthia's driveway."
Hell yeah. Man, I'm excited for this to play out.
I would love to know what information we're getting out of this. Also, your floor
the
is
answer-
covered in water. What the fuck?
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Well, have fun explaining that one away. We need to be in your house, and I, for one, do not wear waterproof shoes everywhere. Or at least Tom doesn't. I do. My Converse are waterproof.
I'm gonna go get like a snack. I'll be back.
I'm gonna get some
Yeah, right.
water.
Man,
Man.
hell yeah. I'm so glad we're getting this all happening.
All at once.
hmm
Imagine being tired during a session.
Anyways, yeah, the answer is use your fucking hold, guys. I'm not legally obligated to give you jack shit. Until I am.
Tell me that. I'm the only one here.
This has been nuts.
And I was worried about, like, going to be tired and not, like, having stuff to do this session.
This is like climax of season 1, baby.
Yeah.
I still have a whole bullet point list to get through.
Well, it's it's break. We can just fuck around until Parker like passes out in front of the computer. I seriously doubt we're making it to the dining hall.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got like at least half a sandwich.
Oh yeah, I have my. I was
so-
intending to have the other half of my sandwich for dinner.
I have soup.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not hungry. I ate my entire sandwich.
Yeah, you just cried.
In like 10 minutes, too. What a fun noise that is.
High type.
It's my keyboard.
No, the microphone just like robots out every time you do that.
Awful.
It's like
It's not even 72 in.
Yeah, but we've been like doing shit.
And it's not even 72 in here.
I exist in the state that is cold or the state that is warm. And there are no in-betweens.
Man. Gaming.
All I want out of this is for Cynthia to admit like spooks. Just a little bit. Just as a treat.
good luck.
I think my interests as a player and where I want this to go, and Cynthia's interests as a character are directly in contradiction during this scene. I'm rooting for y'all, just for the record. Putting that one out there.
I flooded her house.
That's true. That is going to be a little interesting to try and explain.
Cynthia, why did you leave your sink running? Wait, it's
You
not
know the water
running.
around here was black.
Man. Animal Crossing.
I think it would be fun if if Frank distracted Cynthia long enough for me to like poke around in her house. I think that would be iconic.
Good luck with that.
I think that would be bad manners of you.
True.
Yeah, but you know.
Picture.
Well, but that would, like, I mean, as far as Cynthia's concerned, that's a crime punishable, you know?
I guess I am not the sneakiest person.
Also true.
Especially not when I'm splashing it. I don't know, I could... Poking around, you'd have to do more than just, like, scrutinize the place.
Yes.
That would be
Very
like, that would be like going through drawers and shit.
Yeah.
Wait, did I just... I'm interested to see where this conversation goes from here.
Yeah. For when you're trying to avoid detection, though.
Yeah, but that also does... Wait, which one is that? Oh, keep a low profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does
One of the
usually
options
mean,
is
like,
learn something interesting.
secure a means of escape and gain +1 forward.
I guess it
against
does say
threat.
threat.
I don't know how, like, specific towards, like, physically keeping a low profile
This
that
Cynthia
moves
could be
oriented.
a threat.
It might just be a take your chances sort of thing.
Keep a low profile is for any it's triggered when you try to avoid detection.
Ah.
That move was written to accommodate, like,
This-
I dress up as a cultist and blend in during the cult meeting. Like,
So not quite. I'm trying to sneak away while Frank is chewing out Cynthia.
yeah, not really. Like, I guess
know,
that's,
it's
to
mostly,
some
like-
extent that's trying to avoid detection, but it's like... You'd have to convince me that you could, like, do it, you know?
Yeah.
And that one's generally better for you haven't been seen yet. You know?
Not. Where did Tom go?
Yeah. I feel like even if Frank is yelling at Cynthia, she still can like look around and see
Yeah,
that
she
you're
has like eyes.
you're like scooching towards you're sloshing to the edge of the room. Like
Yeah.
that doesn't really work.
I am back with toast.
Welcome back.
Bread.
I'm trying to decide if there's any way that I can sneak off while while you're chewing out Cynthia, so I can poke around.
Yeah. Specifically, I'm having these like dark bread cheesecake factory rolls that they sell at Costco.
Uh-huh.
They're so good.
I could have rolls. They are above me.
You could.
I'm not
gonna
hungry
be
though.
at Costco. Is it? What the fuck? I didn't know that was a thing they sold in Costco. Because that sounds
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah, it's literally like, do you know the dark bread, like the cheese that they serve at the Cheesecake Factory, like the little rolls of it?
Like Costco brand, or are they just somewhere?
No, it's Cheesecake Factory brand.
Cool.
It's so nice. They're
Are
really
they in
good.
the bakery section?
I don't know, my dad gets them.
Oh, cool. I don't ever pay attention to that because Costco is a fun store where all of the like baked goods are like, if you have any allergies, you're literally fucked. Don't eat this ever for any reason or you will die. And I just go, cool. I didn't want to be able to eat the 2 muffins in one that is chocolate or anything. That like is all they ever serve at like breakfast gatherings.
True.
Costco muffins are one of those things that they're really good, but they're way too big for any one person to reasonably eat.
True.
Yeah, but
You
then
did
just
not
get-
see the size of the cookie I had yesterday.
Okay, I've eaten a whole Costco muffin for breakfast. You just shouldn't. You know?
By what standard?
Reasonable health.
Weak. Man, I remember when I was going to do this session.
I hope you get the opportunity to. I, think
I
that would be
probably
cool.
will, but it'll be wacky. We're gonna.
Listen, I saw the opportunity to
Oh,
choose
yeah, yeah.
violence, and I went for it.
Absolutely.
I'm
this is
100% down for this. Like, what this is doing is this is filling in all the like, and then the players do things time. Oh my god.
Frank and Tom have a chat with Cynthia. And then possibly we all get murdered by Cynthia's notebook.
would be a little yikes.
I'm just really excited for this.
Yup. It's gonna be something.
Yeah. It already is something.
Oh yeah, do you guys want to know something I'm excited about?
Sure.
Trackmania Grand League Step 6 happening tomorrow.
Fuck.
Exciting.
Fuck.
Did you get water on your notebook?
On my notebook, on my keyboard.
Yikes.
We're gaming.
Just like in game.
But
Kellen
the
is
new-
now LARPing.
the new map in this step is absolutely nuts because it has this one section where you have to bounce like a grasshopper across a few different platforms, doing this thing called a bug slide in between to keep speed. And it's like,
Yikes.
how are people gonna do this in live competition? It's great. Trackmania Grand League is super fun to watch.
I don't know how it's possible, but I think I managed to not get any water in the keyboard, only on. These paper towels are shit, though. Well, rest in peace, the header of this specific page.
Is it important?
I mean, it was just section 11, the title.
That's not terrible.
No more notes for me today. My cybersecurity class Discord is popping off with NFT right click memes, man. Was it worth spilling water all over my keyboard? Yeah.
Bruh, imagine people in your major being cool enough to have a Discord. This is brought to you by engineering majors.
We have a
Probably.
we have the department has a Discord like lounge that's like sponsored by like it's official through the school, and there's a Google
cool.
form, and yeah, so it's like you can like there's a space for all of us to talk, and then there's also space like for like you get roles based on what class you're in, and then you have like a class specific like help chat for like homework and stuff or just general
Yeah,
discussion.
the math department does that too. I learned this year. I'm not in it. I'm not like I don't really care enough. If there was a physics one, I would probably be in it, but I don't need to be in the math one.
The problem is, if my school tried to do that for the engineering department, that would be 2/3 of the school in one Discord.
That sounds awful.
I don't know. Like, I mean, like, you'd need like good moderators for it, but when you're pulling
Yeah.
from a pool that big, you'd be able to do it. It's not like Discord can't
Yeah.
support a big community.
That's fair.
But yeah, I don't know. I think ours has like not many people in it. I don't know if I can see.
I think
all
that, but the main thing with that might be that you'd need like a billion of every kind of chat so that everyone who wanted to be able to like talk could.
Well, you would just sort it by who's in what class, and then maybe by also year or something like that. I don't know. Really, what's important is it means that like that we have like an official meme forum as a department.
It's really funny.
I should also say.
And lots of like really gay custom emotes.
That
Specifically really
Yeah,
gay specifically gay Mandalorian custom emotes.
Yeah, I was. I had to look through our Discord history to find your subway order, and I saw the like the like a big like concerned is maybe the right emotion, but you sent me one of them at one point, and it was something that I remembered existed today.
Yeah, there's like the laughing crying one is the one that like sticks with me. But yeah, there's also the like the nervous sweating one.
I think it was that one.
Yeah. Here, wait.
Oh great. Related to pacing. Your room is not very good for
Amazing.
pacing.
It's just a bunch of
like-
gay emotes.
That's really funny.
Guys complaining that my room, which is a single, is too small.
I kinda likes to
Ew.
complain.
At least I can't pace behind our chairs, which is like optimal pacing distance.
We also have a music channel, which I found out recently. I don't know why. I should advocate
like,
for
really into that.
what?
I mean, your advisor does like music, or at least has hot takes about music.
Yeah, but it's more like I don't know what it's for. We've literally only used it to discuss the fact that someone wants to like is making a playlist of like music about technology for fun because that's just the way he is. And it was empty until that. Like when I joined that Discord server, there was nothing in that chat. I don't know why it exists. I should advocate for them to add an art one, but then it would just be the NFT,
just be
the making
you.
fun of NFT channel.
Yeah.
I don't know. People could use it for like visualization algorithms.
You
Whatever
could
the
po-
fuck the
you-
nerds do.
You could post all of your moss art in there and then just be confused.
Yeah, that would be sick. Actually, I couldn't do that. Most of my moss art is not safe for work.
Oh. F.
Blood and gore.
Yeah, for gore reasons, not sex reasons.
Blood and gore. Blood and gore. Blood and gore.
It's sick! I don't know, I like drawing injured and mortally wounded people, but apparently that's taboo.
What, are you saying you haven't done a Ray Carpenter pinup drawing?
I don't know, I don't know what it's for. We've literally only used it to discuss the fact that someone wants to like, is making a playlist of like music about technology for fun, because that's just the way he is.
Oh,
not trying to spill my water a second time. Maybe the water I got on my arrow keys means that the right arrow key won't fucking stick anymore. No, it still sticks. Damn it.
Parker just went from deafened and muted to just muted.
Ooh.
Gaming.
Just in time for
Imagine
Kai to
trying
not
to
be
eat
here.
your dinner. Get out of here, fucking loser.
Imagine.
Weak sauce. Damn it! Now the pages in my notebook are gonna be all wrinkly. I'm annoyed.
F.
Sandwich.
Sammy.
Sammy.
Wrong campaign.
I swear the meat they put in my Italian is different every time.
Well, there are
It's like a
different
different combo
kinds of
every
Italian.
No, but it's like it used to be consistent and then it has started they just throw in like bologna sometimes and I'm like, okay.
It's to keep you on your toes.
But I also have stick. And that's all that really matters.
Where the fuck did Kai go?
To the bathroom.
God damn it.
Heck.
Gained one boy, lost another.
Equivalent exchange.
I just need all my boys in one place.
Not a lot.
Also, Calvin banned me from doing any work this weekend because they're like that. And I at one point I like was joking that like I try not to work on Saturdays because Saturdays are for the boys. And so they're just like, yeah, you're not allowed to touch this until like the weekend's over because you know whatever you said, Saturdays are for the boys. And I was like, you don't know why I said that the way that I did, but it's true. Saturdays are for the tabletop.
Yup.
But it was like, I was like, yeah, the boys and also like one girl, and they were like, ooh, and I was like, Calvin, I like men. That doesn't make it zesty. We just have a token woman is all.
That's me. And I'm gay, so...
Covering all of our bases.
I could probably be in a relationship right now if I was in the women. That's the most annoying part, is it keeps fucking happening.
F.
Where the hell are they hiding the gay men? Where are they putting them? Miserable.
In the closet.
They're in the walls, hiding in the vents.
That's also an option.
Propped up with a chainsaw and buried in the garden?
Like I had someone like
That
ask
man
like,
was in a heterosexual presenting relationship, just for the
That's
record.
fair.
This is the middle of fucking nowhere. It was a heterosexual relationship. No, but it's killing me slowly because at this point, like, I'm very gender ambiguous, and it's still only women. Only women are interested. And I'm like, God fucking damn it. Like, if I was in the girls, it would be so sick. But I'm just not. And I was like,
Take the L.
I was like, finally, college. There's no confusion anymore. I don't, like, we're past that. And then immediately, like, I'm getting hit on by just women. Just women. The women who granted, don't care how I identify, but like, I've never craved the male gaze more. Oh, it's miserable. Oh, great, Kai's back. Kai, come on, I'm dying. We need to get this scene back underway.
We're talking about Kellen's love
We're
life.
talking about my love life, because I'm annoyed. And Calvin
Just in general?
When Calvin was joking about, like, me hanging out with women on the weekend. Woman. Singular.
Singular.
Abby.
One singular lesbian.
Yeah, so when we left off, Cynthia...
Shit, wait, no, I gotta... That was, like, the worst possible thing for me to come back to. I've been entirely derailed.
So, Cynthia, you have opened the door to your house, and there is an inch of dark water on the floor. From an unclear source.
Obvious is that?
Yeah.
It, like, trickles out the door when you open it.
So pretty damn obvious.
Fairly obvious.
I think I just kind of squint at it, because I, like, assume that Frank will have some thoughts.
Did your sewer line burst?
I feel like what happens here is Cynthia's like, alright, fine, let's go inside. Opens the door. There's a inch of water on the floor. Step inside. Closed door, door locked.
Oh, hell no. Frank is walking up to the door.
Fuck. So I'm assuming the book is at the bottom of a very full sink.
It's actually floating at the top of a very full sink.
Ah. Okay. Great. That doesn't make it any better.
Frank's, like, pounding on the door.
Yup.
I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna try to put the book away, which I have to roll dice for. With soul.
Your Frank going like...
That's another 6.
going to Tom like, does Cynthia have like a pipeline to fucking hell? What was that? What is this shit?
No, not
Cynthia,
that
your book is not getting put away.
Fuck.
Yeah?
I sort of figured this might happen, because it doesn't want to.
Cynthia?
Also, it's like,
Cynthia.
you can only store small objects, and this is, like, infinitely generating mass. Like, that doesn't work. That breaks many laws. So...
If I flip it back open to the page, does it still say stop Milo from going to the mill?
It says... And it's pouring water.
I think Cynthia was like,
Cynthia!
in a panic, like, tries to put it away. That fails. I
Does
think...
Cynthia have, like, windows
yeah.
on the front of
No!
the house?
Yes.
No.
Yes, she
Yeah,
does.
no, yeah, she would.
Yeah, she has windows.
But also curtains.
Okay.
Also, yeah, it's probably like the lights are not to my knowledge on inside. So it's
Yeah.
probably darker in there than it is outside,
Yeah.
so you probably can't.
I
see
figured it
much.
was unlikely. I just wanted to ask in case.
I think,
How much water can inside hold?
well, unlike regular normal space, it isn't real. Sort of. Listen, we're not getting into inside right now.
I think we should.
No.
I,
Absolutely
but
not.
Tom would love to.
Tom is locked out.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
There's no way I would have a spare key to Cynthia's house.
No, I think Cynthia is like taking the book. We're going upstairs.
Oh, we're gonna soak the
Cynthia
upstairs too.
No, Cynthia doesn't. I'm not even sure she has a second proper floor to her house.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the converted schoolhouse, then yeah, there's not a second floor to that.
Yeah, it's like she's probably got attic
You
space.
can put it in the attic and it can
That's about
soak through the
Yeah,
house.
and that's even
So
worse.
terrific.
I think Cynthia just is like, fuck, I can't put it away.
Put it in a Ziploc bag.
That's not gonna work. It's gonna break. It's gonna go in the bathtub for a bit.
Okay.
And maybe maybe they won't ask too many questions about why there's a lot of water in my.
You can only hope. Also, the screen
They
still
won't.
says we'll be right back.
Oh,
for
it
the
does.
record.
Oh, sure.
Questions.
Yeah, I think Cynthia probably does that, and then is gonna go unlock the door and just open it and not acknowledge any of the water. Actually, that's what she should be like.
That's like a cute girl boss.
Pardon the mess.
So
It seems like I'm
caused
having a
this?
bit of plumbing trouble, which is great and exactly what I need right now. Come in, please.
Frank's gonna like bend over and scoop up a little bit of the water in his hand. I'm assuming there's enough of it he can do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's like an inch, so you can get your fingies wet.
Like if he
certainly.
put hands down, he could like scoot
It's like,
it together and get a bit up.
Yeah.
Does it look like anything that would be in plumbing? It does?
It is not clean water. There's a lot of like dark sediment in it.
But also, like, that's not what water from plumbing normally looks like.
No, not conventionally.
not like when you have clean water coming out of your tap, no.
Frank looks at Cynthia and goes, right, no, this is not a plumbing issue, is it?
Why would you say that?
Unless you have a pipe that goes directly to hell, I don't think it's a plumbing issue.
Frank,
Get the
plumbing
fuck out of
issues
my
don't-
house.
Frank, plumbing issues don't discriminate between what pipes contain what.
I'd be
You have
very
a-
concerned if there was
You
a
have a-
pipe full of bog water.
Yeah, you have a pipe full of fucking sediment-filled ichor? Like, what do you mean?
Just river water.
It's really fucked up river water.
This is not normal river water.
The rivers run clearer than this, typically.
This is like bog water. I really hope bog water's not in your pipes. Cause that's how you break your pipes.
I would hope so too. Are we going to chat or not?
I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah, we are chatting. We're asking what the hell this is because you're still lying to us.
I'd love to tell you what this is about. But I can't because I don't know, because literally, this is the first I've seen of this.
Okay. So why did you lock the door for 5 minutes conspicuously after seeing it? And why do you not seem the slightest bit surprised? Your innocent old lady act is not actually very good. I'm just gonna give you that one for free.
Keep coming up with funny epithets. I didn't know there were 4.
Water chip down.
That's not my
I didn't know
joke.
it went
That's
up
actually not my
shit.
joke. You know whose joke that is? That's Alex Hirsch's joke.
You know how I mentioned consequences?
How the fuck do they do
gestures
this?
broadly with her arms around the
Frank's gonna walk into the house.
flush.
Is the water like
Slosh.
flowing? Is the water like flowing at all?
Not. It's not. No. You could probably tell like that it's coming from the kitchen. I feel like that would be fairly obvious.
I think he's gonna walk into the kitchen.
The sink is full to the tippity top. It's not running, but it's full.
The fuck?
Can I, and this might be like not really an option, but can I do some like frantic Googling and try and figure out if I can tell like exactly what kind of water this is? I want to try and use my funny move that's like when you consult your notes, which at this case would be like the internet.
I'm confused. Kai, how do you Google what kind of water is this? Can I ask a logistical question?
Do dirt research. Is this
Reverse
sandy
image
loam?
search.
Like,
Water.
like you could Google search gross water. You don't have to roll for that. But like, I don't know how you would go about obtaining useful information by Googling what kind of water is this.
Well, my intention was more to do something like types of bog water and like types of sediment that tend to end up in water and like
flood water, like when floods happen. I feel like there are options.
Frank, in the meantime, is gonna ask Cynthia, basically like, is it backflowing out of your sink? Did you check like your shower or bathtub to see if it's also backflowing out of there?
Oh no, it's just the sink.
Are you sure?
That's why it took me 5 minutes to check.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you lying?
No?
Yup! Frank's gonna try to figure out where the bathroom is and walk towards that. Because he's just going on, Cynthia's probably lying. And it's
I
actually
know,
coming out of her bathtub.
and I'm probably still like standing in the doorway, and I expect you're like wildly in like really far in the room, and Cynthia's turned to face you. I'm just if I could like surreptitiously like point in a direction from the doorway, because I don't expect because I didn't go into the house. I'm just standing in the like doorstep.
Frank's gonna like see that and start walking that direction.
Well, Cynthia, how hard is your bathroom to find?
If you're Frank,
Ostensibly, if Tom just pointed in the general direction, it shouldn't be too bad.
yeah. It might take him a minute otherwise. I'm not sure this house had originally had a bathroom in it. So it's maybe not exactly where you'd expect it to
Probably
be.
also doesn't have that many doors.
True.
Would be
Yeah,
my
it's not
guess.
real big.
Cynthia's got like one big room that is kitchen and living space, and there's like a bathroom and probably like some closets and shit, and then like the part of her house that is the bedroom.
Yeah, so you find the bathroom, Frank.
He's gonna open the bathroom door if it's unobstructed.
I
There's
think
some water on the floor.
I think like Cynthia like follows you, and like as you get to the door, like Cynthia puts a hand on your shoulder, like, Frank, please don't.
Are you gonna start telling the truth and not being a cagey liar?
There's only so much I can say.
Frank opens the door.
He chose violence today.
He hasn't
Yeah,
had
didn't
the opportunity,
say an
but Milo was
affirmative
in
yes.
danger.
So that door's getting open.
Sitting in a few inches of water in the bathtub is like a waterlogged book.
Frank's gonna look at Cynthia and is gonna be like, so it's also backflowing out of your bathtub. Why was that such a big deal? And he's gonna walk into the bathroom. While also sending a lot of glances back at Cynthia like, am I about to get hit with a chair?
Making sure she's not carrying around the, like, fire poker with her.
And
Yeah.
here comes Cynthia with the steel chair.
Da, 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 da. I'm still sad that Katie didn't put your OC's WWE Sona on OC Tober. I think that would have been great.
Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure Cynthia really has any way to stop you here.
I'm gonna get to the bathtub.
Yep.
He's gonna reach for the book.
Yep.
He's gonna pick it up.
Frank, it is like it's like wet and like water is like, you know, like drip pouring out of it. But like you give it a couple of shakes and it just keeps coming.
That's a weird book you got there.
Frank, give it to me.
A stick falls out of it.
Frank's gonna hand it to Cynthia.
Thank you. Takes the book.
It's still wet.
Yup. I'm just gonna be holding on to it.
You're gonna be drenched.
So I take it that that book has something to do with whatever the hell is going on with you.
What's the book feeling about going away?
What? No, you're banned. You didn't do your fucking job.
Alright, fair.
Well, this is not going to be at all quiet. I'm trying to decide if it's worth trying to poke around in Cynthia's house while they're being suspicious in the bathroom. But I'd also be splashing about, so probably not the most
Subtle.
unsurreptitious.
It'd maybe be a little bit of a struggle to keep a low profile while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Well, Cynthia's not really shown herself in a position to be stopping people from doing things.
Not quite, at least with Frank.
So,
Still tempted to try, though.
you have a book that's a portal into a swamp or some shit.
Now,
Could I hear that from the... I mean, there's like open doors, right?
Frank is not being
If you're
quiet.
standing outside of the house, though, and they're in a different room,
I mean, like, yeah, and it's cold outside. It's not like we've left the door open.
that was not. Yeah.
No,
That was a point of confusion for me, because, like, Tom's
Where
not
is
inside. But Tom standing in the doorway makes no fucking sense, because there's no way that door got left open.
So it's like...
You're either inside or you're out.
I'm gonna assume, because Frank was the last one into the house, and I didn't. I thought he would have left the door open behind him so that I could go in, and then I just didn't close it.
Cynthia would have gone and closed it because it's fucking cold out, Tom. Why would you not close
Come
the door?
inside.
Sure, I will be inside of the house.
Yeah, then they're, like, down the hall, so if Frank is yelling, then yeah, probably you'd be able to do it.
Frank's not yelling, he's talking with gusto.
Yeah, I'm aware that that's the case.
I think I'm gonna, like, splosh my way down the hall at that. Just, like... What?
Yeah, all this water is coming from that book. At least so it seems. The question is, why? What? I'm... I didn't know what I was expecting to hear as your answer when I came here. But this is a lot weirder than than it must have been.
As I've said, probably close to a dozen times now, Frank. Consequences.
Like your house being full of swamp water?
Yes, that is what I'm implying.
Have you tried instead... If this is their method of punishment, have you tried instead putting the book outside? Just a thought.
Not sure it would be a fan.
Okay, wait.
That implies that your book is sentient.
So, but okay. So you get letters from someone, possibly this book, since it's are able to have opinions. And if you don't do what the book tells you, it floods your house with swamp water and also might kill you. And the book is concerned about Milo going to the mill. Is that, would you say, a fair summary of your situation?
Sure.
Alright. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really give that much of a shit about all of this.
God bless Frank Smith.
I have really just one more question for you, Cynthia. And that is, when the book, or whatever, next time tells you to stop Milo from going to the mills, say if it tells you to kill Milo to prevent him from going to the mills, are you going to listen? What are you planning? Using that hold.
Frank. I know I've explained this already, but I'll say it again. I am on thin ice already. I will do what I must. I'm not sure I could bring myself to commit a murder in its name. But what you're looking for out of this? Yes, it's a thing. Yes, I have to listen to it. What other option do I have?
Well, that's all I needed to know. Frank is leaving. He's walking out the front door. Like before he leaves the room though, he's gonna give Tom a look and he's like, "You gonna be all right?"
I think I'm just gonna like fall into step next to Frank.
Cool.
And there are definitely like gears turning. And I'm not looking at Cynthia.
Where Frank is going next is the bed and breakfast.
That's probably my thought was going to be we get Milo to come to the ice cream shop, but that's also a good option.
This is faster.
Yeah. I'll follow you.
Yeah, I think Frank will like shoot a text to Milo like, it just says "on my way."
Milo chuckles. I'm in danger.
I will probably like while I'm walking out. No, I need both hands to be able to like text with any meaningful. I think once I get into my car, because I know how to get to the B&B, and I can like see what direction Frank is going. I expect I'll like give
Oh,
Milo.
Frank would tell you like, "I'm going to the B&B."
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm going too. So I will text Milo. Maybe not a call. Frank and I will be there in a bit.
You just got a thumbs up from Milo.
The lads drive out to the B&B.
The squad pulls in, gravel flies. I'd imagine this conversation is happening in Milo's room.
Yeah. Before Frank walks in, he is going to like take off his like shoes and socks and like put them somewhere where they're not gonna make a mess because you know they're soaked through from walking through an inch of water probably.
Yep.
And he respects Beth's house. He doesn't want to make a mess. Beth
Frank
has been
is
so
just-
nice at poker night. Like, come on.
Frank is just not going to wear shoes.
It's better than getting the floor all like wet and dirty. Yeah.
That's a canonical.
Milo, the circus troupe breaks down your door.
Yeah, I think Milo probably opens the door and was like, "Hey, how'd it go?"
Honestly, there was a lot of things that I was expecting to happen. But boy, was that not what I was expecting.
No, not particularly.
You know, like realm of possibility was either like senile old woman or serial killer who then pulls a gun on me. There was like that was the range I was ready for, but boy was it not inside of it.
Yeah, I think Milo just kind of gives you a look and is like, "Do you two want to come in?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've taken like off my socks. I think I've just like dumped out my shoes and wrung out my socks.
Yeah.
I need to be able to like walk.
I think we take a seat on whatever horizontal thing can be sat on in Milo's room. Which is probably like one person in a chair and the other two people sitting on the bed.
Yeah.
My guess.
So we went to talk to Cynthia.
Or well, I
Well,
guess you did. I had.
Yeah, I went to talk to Cynthia. And Tom was her ride home.
Yeah,
which
her car was all
understandable.
fucked up, and so she needed. Apparently, I'm the one she knows in town with a car that isn't hers.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, I figured Cynthia would be getting home soon, so I just decided to wait. And apparently, uh, there's a book that's giving her orders, that's mad at her, also kind of flooded her house,
Yeah, now her house is full of like swamp water.
and the book is what's telling her to like keep you away from the mills.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm like,
Yeah.
I mean, you two were like at her house, right?
Yeah,
Like you saw all this, okay?
yeah. It was like flooding her house.
The book?
Yeah, it was like producing water or something.
It's very possible that I would have like taken a picture of Cynthia's floor covered in water. I don't think I would have gotten like the book, but the whole the like inch and a half of water on the floor for sure.
Yeah.
And I asked her if the book told her to kill you, would she? She didn't say no. So I would avoid Cynthia at this point.
Yeah, that's not very reassuring.
Because at this point, I'm not sure what she's gonna do.
So wait, why does she need to follow orders from like a funky little book in her
That
house?
wasn't particularly clear.
Apparently, there are.
Swamp water, but like
Yeah, but like you could just go throw it in the swamp,
yeah.
and then you wouldn't have to worry about the book.
Apparently that's like not an option, but it wasn't particularly clear at all. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was more going on there, but I don't know that we would really be able to get any answers out of her about it.
And
Yeah, I
frankly,
mean, I hope there was more going on.
Yeah.
to be honest with you, I don't care if there's more going on. What I know is that she's decided that she's listening to this book, and that could cause problems for you, and is probably a threat to your safety. That's
Frank says, I don't care if there's more, and Tom just does like a I wanna know kind of a
that's
like
the
guilty
beginning
look.
and end of what I really care about when it comes to Cynthia. If she wants to follow the instructions of her funky little coercion book, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know. I mean, I guess I can avoid her,
Yeah.
which might be hard to do if she has a little magic book that doesn't want me to go places.
Yeah, and that apparently can tell her where you are.
Yeah, that's
Well, apparently it was specific to the mills. That's why she was being so weird about them.
yeah.
So for now, if you avoid the mills, that'll probably keep her off your back.
It didn't give her like a reason for any of this, right? Like,
As far as we know.
Yeah, not as far as we know. She said she just got instructions and kind of had to follow them.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably what, like 6 or 7 at this point?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been like 2.5 hours, and we've been practically playing in real time.
Yeah.
So
Plus driving time.
Plus driving time, so... If this whole thing started at 5, it's, yeah, probably 8. Maybe even later.
Anyways, I think for now, probably not. She's probably not going to do anything immediately, but
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
just avoid the mills for now and see if the book decides you're no longer a problem.
yeah, I can do that. Um, I do want to know why a funky little magic book doesn't want me to go to the mills.
I would love to know that
He's
too,
the
honestly.
worst. He's a horrible little goblin.
You know, I can kind of understand that, but also, that's asking for trouble.
I mean, my whole job is kind of asking for trouble. It's what makes good content.
God, you're always.
But I get what you mean.
this.
I mean, I can lay off of them for a little bit, I guess, let things cool down, but I do want to know what's up with all of this.
Yeah.
The fact that it sort of has an eye on me is a little,
A little concerning.
yeah, it's a little strange.
Yeah. As an aside out of character, Milo, have you like talked about the contents of your emails at all?
Well, I think
Because I don't think the answer is yes.
I don't
I'm
think
pretty
he's
sure
talking about.
Cynthia knows.
He's mentioned that he gets them, but he hasn't discussed
Yeah.
what they contain.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's really. I think the extent to which he's described them is they come from someone and they're weird.
Yeah.
But I
That
don't
was
think
that
he's
was what I thought. I
gone
just
into detail.
wanted to check.
Um,
Yeah, I think Tom is making his excuses and leaving
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, Frank's gonna give one final, like, hey, be careful. Like, you may have stepped into some pretty hot water here. And then he's gonna go home.
I'm going to, since I'm out here already, stop by the trading post and get a sandwich for my dinner, since it's like 8.
Yeah.
And like see if I can ask Auden if there's a time that we can actually have a chat about what's up with his brother instead
You're
of
gonna ask who?
no,
Auden.
the other one,
Quest.
Quest.
And now you're no longer allowed to tease Abby. I mean, yeah, I think probably, I mean, it's open, so.
Yeah.
So, conventionally, one would then proceed to do something.
Okay. Yes. I'm in search of a sandwich and also a man.
Okay, well, you can get your sandwich. It's like old and probably soggy. It's an 8 o'clock p.m. gas station sandwich.
Yeah. I mean, I assume Quest is working, because no one else does.
Yeah.
So I think, like, while I'm checking out, I'll just be like, oh, by the way, is there, like, some time that you aren't working that we could maybe like talk. I mean, I guess I just sort of like I want to see if there's anything that I can like do to figure out of see if I can maybe help your brother or just like get a sense of what that is. And I don't know if that like here is the best place to be doing that.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I have like lunch breaks. It's like for an hour at 1:30 most days.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I work over in Granton, but like sometime this weekend probably I can stop by.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know. I think you get the vibe that like discussing this is like not something that Quest is like super comfy doing just in general.
Yeah.
So but yeah, you get your sandwich.
It's a bad sandwich.
It's a bad sandwich.
But it's at least food that I don't have to make myself while I'm
La
like...
la 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 la, we're not talking about food. Frank. You go home. And to bed, I'd presume.
He's locking up his keys again.
You're no fun. But I do think at this point, you're going the fuck to bed tonight. Like, I think you do sleep.
Yeah.
We got to see Frank running on 0 hours of sleep, and he exposed
He
an
shows
entire
violence.
occurrence.
Yeah.
So there's that. Milo, I'm assuming you're not getting up to any shenanigans this evening.
Lying in bed, wondering why there's a funny book to not commit crime.
Yeah, so I think then that sort of brings us to Tuesday, air quotes.
I was gonna say that I'm gonna try and... I don't know if this information is available anywhere online, but the, like, water quality of all of the ponds and shit around Granton and Dellum. I want to know where this water is coming from. I don't particularly expect to get any results.
It's coming from the fucking book! What do you, like, you don't even know-
Okay, but, like, is the book a portal to somewhere, or is it just
How would you know that by Googling it?
That's true. I guess I didn't pH test any of the water.
What information are you using to make these calls? I would love to answer that question for you if it was answerable, but it's just not!
And then I probably get, like, halfway... I probably get, like, most of the way to my computer and go, I need to try and figure out how to answer this question, and then, like, Google water sources in Granton, Vermont, and then I get, like, a list of very scientific, maybe. I don't even know if they, like, have registries for water testing around here.
Okay, listen, Thomas.
There are, like, some rivers!
Yeah. I think any information I can find on it is, like, chemistry,
Which you don't
and
have.
not facts that I have.
You get appearance. You could probably get appearance information.
I can get a
which
picture of
a
it.
lot of that is, yeah, the water's kind of muddy sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just gross water. If gross water started coming out of your sink, you would not be able to Google what kind of gross water is this.
Well, at that point, I would be able to, like, figure
Yeah,
out
you
where
figure
the
it out
pipes are
by
from.
other means, but the pipes mean nothing. The water's coming out of a book.
Tom Google's water coming out of book, question mark, frowny face.
No, I...
Gross water coming from pages in book? Help? And Yahoo Answers still exists, so, like... I'm sure someone's asked a worse question.
And Googling,
How do you save a wet book? Put it in the freezer.
Well, fuck,
I
I
don't
gotta
think
go
that's
put my
the
notes
issue
in
I'm
the
concerned
freezer.
with right now.
Frank?
Okay.
Frank.
I don't like that voice.
Frank, you wake up.
Uh-huh.
You're more tired than when you went to sleep, Frank.
Where am I?
Frank, you're sprawled on your stomach. And you
Where?
sit up. Frank, you're in the woods.
Everyone's choosing violence today.
I choose violence and then Kellen chooses violence.
More violence.
Frank, you hear a train whistle.
Choo choo.
It's almost deafening.
He's like almost certainly panicking.
It's completely dark out. The ground is like vaguely wet. You're in your pajamas. Which might involve more than like just boxers, please. Maybe.
He's recently been going to bed in like sweatpants and a sweatshirt because he knew this could happen.
God bless Frank Smith.
God bless
Frank just
Smith.
collapsed into bed in what he was wearing.
What you don't have on you is your cell phone, I can tell you that much. And you are in the woods.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Can he get any kind of bearings looking around as like what is around him at all?
Trees are around you, Frank. Lots and lots of trees.
I think he's just gonna try to find a spot to hole up and hole up until it's light out.
What does a spot to hole up look like?
If he can find some, basically, if he can find some branches, lean them against a tree, and then sit under the branches. Emergency shelters.
Frank is like the old guy in Over the Garden Wall making a little tent for himself with the trombone in a coat, except for it's just like a branch over his head.
It's just tree branches leaned up against a tree that he just kind of hunkered down in.
Yeah, well, you can hang out there. What is everyone else doing this morning?
You got emails. I've just been looking at them. That's what I've been doing.
I don't know. I'm going to work. I work on Tuesdays. Also, happy 11/11. That's what day it is.
Great. Wonderful.
Cynthia, what are you doing this morning? Frank nuked your entire life.
I think I'm rolling bullet together. Great. Please, boss, stop being mad at me. I am begging. Would you look at that? That's a 6.
God damn it!
I'm gonna mark experience.
We have failed a majority of rolls this session,
Absolutely.
and that makes
might be
no
sitting at half
goddamn
and half.
sense. I don't even.
We
Okay,
might be sitting at half and half.
I know that there were a couple successful, like, read between the lines, but it still feels like we're sitting at, like, 66-33. Like,
Yeah.
emotionally, we have failed way more rolls than we have succeeded. Holy shit. Cynthia is not coping.
Cynthia is trying desperately to ask the book to stop flooding my house with water.
Well, the book
Please.
has stopped making water happen.
That's at least good.
It has not gotten rid of the water that is there. The bathtub is
Yeah.
certainly, like, full/flooding. But it is
I guess
now
you're
done.
mopping, Cynthia.
I think Cynthia is just trying to make there be less water in her house, and also prevent the oncoming despair.
Just sweep it out the door. Just sweep it out the front door. Other option if Cynthia owns a squeegee.
Yeah. Cynthia's figuring her life out, I guess. Although, were you gonna go... This has put a wrench in your getting your car back plans, I will point out.
Just a little bit.
Might wanna
I
make...
think I just go to work and completely forget that was going to happen.
Yeah!
That's what I
I
did.
don't think Cynthia remembers that was gonna happen either, frankly. My car's the least of my worries right now.
Terrified to ask, but how is Frank doing?
Frank's, apparently sitting under some sticks in the woods.
Freezing
Until
to
it's
death.
until there's some amount of light, so he's not just blind.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it gets a little
Sunrise is
light.
at 6. Or thereabout.
It's gotten a bit light out.
Yeah.
He's gonna try to get a better look around.
There's trees, Frank. You're in the woods.
Are there train tracks?
There's underbrush.
There is underbrush. There are also leaves. And the occasional stone.
Some dirt, probably.
You
One
spy
squirrel.
a bird, perhaps?
Might be a bird.
Can you spot like any hills?
I mean, the forest is very thick, so, like, getting a beat on, like, broad geological features is kind of difficult.
And where he is relatively flat, it's not on any kind of hillside.
Yeah, it would be fairly flat. Maybe a little hilly, but like...
If there's a basically, if there's a downhill direction, he's gonna walk downhill.
Yeah, well, I think the struggle you pretty quickly run into is that there's a downhill direction, and then then it becomes an uphill direction.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
it maybe becomes a downhill direction again. Are you walking in any sort of meaningful pattern or direction I should know about?
So my thought process was that what probably happened was that while sleepwalking, since the car wasn't an option, whatever was piloting his corpse just started walking towards that covered bridge. Which would put him on the north, which would put him like just north of that road that leads from Granton to Delham. Which by the topographical lines would mean you walk downhill and you hit a road. Probably.
One place that you might be.
That's like the guess that Frank's making, is that like, I'm here ish, probably.
Hopefully.
Okay. So where
Because
are you walking?
Which way is the sun rising? Yeah, like, can he see like generally where the sun is rising ish?
Not super clearly.
Is there not like that half of the sky is lighter than that half?
Well, what you're running into is that a true fact of all of this entire valley is that the northeast edge is a mountain range. So, in the wee morning hours, such as this, the sky gets bright, but the whole valley is still, like, in a shadow. Like, the sun hasn't crested the mountains yet. So it's diffuse light, not super directional.
Yeah, okay. Can he, like, see where those mountains are, since they're mountains-ish?
There's trees over your head.
Okay.
If you could get above the canopy somehow, maybe.
Frank Smith climbs a tree.
Frank Smith
Hi,
dies
hi.
trying to climb a
Local
tree.
child who fell out of a monster of a pine tree once. Don't do it.
I don't want to just go walk off randomly.
But this is like old forest too, so like most of the trees are well, like the lowest branches are well above where you could reach. You'd have to like free climb up a trunk, and I do not think that Frank Smith is capable of that.
He is not.
He's not without a rope.
Shit. He doesn't want to go walking, but no one knows where the hell he would be. So he wouldn't get found for probably several days. I think now he's just gonna wait until, like, the sun actually appears somewhere. Because that gives him some semblance of direction, at least. You know, eventually, sun rays are gonna start coming through the trees, and that will give him a direction that exists.
Unless it's cloudy.
I hate you.
In Vermont.
Yeah. So, what's everyone else doing this morning? Tom's at work, but...
Tom's at work.
Cynthia's trying not to have a breakdown.
Mostly. I don't know how much of the water she was able to get out of the house last night.
Some?
And I don't know how much more work on that today is going to be doing anything.
Milo, you up to anything?
Gotta figure out what's at the mills.
So,
Didn't last time we say Milo said maybe I will lay low on the mills for a bit? All I'm saying.
On the one hand, Cynthia might murder you, but on the other, there's supposed to be something really cool at the mills.
Just invite Frank to go with you to keep you. Ah, fuck. Never mind.
Where is he?
Frank has been banished.
Frank's had it
No more Boy
easy.
Scouts.
Vehicular manslaughter was too easy on him.
Is Parker frozen?
I
I
think
just-
Look-
so.
Yeah.
There we
Am
go. Now you're not.
Back,
Okay.
now you are.
Oh, now you are.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Now you're not.
What if we wanted Parker?
What if we wanted him?
is my, like, audio bad?
Your
Or is
audio
it just, like, my
seems to be
camera?
fine, but your camera does not seem to be.
Okay.
It's a little bit better now.
Okay. My
Don't
like
worry about
Wi-Fi was going like in and out, but
it. We can tell.
yeah. I'm trying to decide if Milo is gonna be a menace and cause problems.
Isn't the answer always yes?
No. Wrong.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
What kind of problems? What?
Mill problems.
Mill problems.
No. I
Did
don't
you
need
know
more
how you just got
problems.
all that water in your house?
If only there was another move.
So I think
Oh no.
You're cutting out again.
sorry, I'm cutting out.
God damn it.
Would turning off your video help at all?
Me. I
Just get better internet.
Just do better.
my internet is like really good here actually. We have it's usually like great.
Miss Eyes. It's good.
The internet's usually good. I don't know what's up.
Alright, well, what are you
Someone is
doing right
aiming
now?
Too hard.
Milo.
Yeah. Like Wi-Fi?
Milo's doing Wi-Fi.
Milo's doing Wi-Fi.
Wait, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna like disconnect, reconnect.
Okay.
Please, Milo, stop causing me problems. I already have so many.
No, you don't. You have one, and it's Milo.
I guess you have another one technically, and it's Tom. Frank doesn't really care as long as you
No,
don't kill
the
Milo.
only reason those two are involved, though, is Milo.
Yeah, Milo's a problem, and those two are just like making it worse.
Those two are symptoms.
Yeah.
Remove the cause, but not the symptom. This has been a session. I honestly don't even think I'm gonna get to do the thing I was planning on making like the big exclamation point of this session.
I think we should just game for a long time.
I'm not doing that to Parker without consent.
Yeah.
Alright, it might be a little better now.
It seems like it's better.
You're like audible
Okay.
for real.
Yeah, no, I'm on a or like different networks. So yeah, oh, we were discussing if Milo's gonna commit crime,
Yeah.
right? That's what I was trying to figure
I think
out.
the conclusion was yes.
I think the conclusion is yes, but he's gonna. I think he might. I think he might text Tom because. Okay, here's the thing.
Okay.
If he tells Frank he's going to the mall, Frank will like lock his ass in baby jail.
Frank will kill him himself.
Yeah. And like yeah, and I mean it wouldn't matter anyway because Frank is in his own personal
baby
hell.
jail.
Frank has been exiled.
It's called the
See you
Entire
next season.
Woods.
But I think Um, I think Milo would know that Tom would also be kind of interested.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tom
Yeah.
made that quite clear last night.
Yeah.
So he might be convinced to keep his mouth shut.
So yeah, I think Milo might text him and be like, so I was thinking about going back to the mill because I want to figure out what's going on. And this is all kind of weirding me out.
I think you get
So
back.
you, yeah,
Or if you had more to that, it is a text.
yeah, I think he was gonna ask you if you wanted to join.
I think you get back.
It's a little after work adventure.
I get out of work at 5. It's dark by then.
That's when all
That
the
has
ghosts
not
are out.
stopped Milo before.
That does not stop Milo.
In fact, that's the
I
best
don't wanna
time.
go in the woods
Nighttime
when
is
it's
for
dark.
ghosts. He's got a flashlight.
That's true. I would at least bring like a flashlight.
100% of ghosts that have been encountered in this campaign have been at night.
Maybe.
This is true.
100% of ghosts that we know are ghosts. At least when they have been.
Kellen is making a lot of faces right now.
I think we have it on great authority that one, ghosts can happen during the day, and two, ghosts aren't real. So, two different authorities.
Yeah. I think you get back.
Christmas tells lies.
Christmas would never.
You take that back. That is slander.
Yeah, I think you get back. When were you thinking?
You just get like, I don't know, I think you just get like, I don't know, sometime today probably.
I get off at 5, but I could maybe push that earlier.
Yeah, I think you just get like a, yeah, I think you just get like, sure, whenever you're done with work.
Be done with work whenever I want. Honestly, at this point, I think, like today. Because I mean, I'm assuming that this is because Milo doesn't tend to get up terribly early, so I expect this is at
No.
like a noon or 1 or something.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, like around lunch.
Is
Yeah.
Frank
That's what
able
an hour.
to use the light to get
Frank,
any kind of
You
paranormal
get 20. You get like half an hour of almost sunlight before it clouds over. So you have a rough idea of where east is.
I think he's gonna like bearing south like 45 degrees of that and start walking. He's walking what he is pretty sure is southeast.
He's walking what he's pretty sure is southeast. Okay.
This can only go well.
Because theoretically he is northwest of a road. Maybe?
Oh, here's that's what you're hoping.
Frank, you walk for probably about 2 hours before the rain starts.
Fuck.
I'm drawing a funny little squiggly line on the map.
On the other hand, right around that time, you hear a sound.
What's the
Is it a
sound?
cool one?
It is the sound of running water.
So like a stream?
Yeah, you could say that. Or maybe a brook.
One of 4.
There were 3 brooks, actually. Or maybe there's one, like, really far
Oh,
down.
yes.
That one is also a brook. But
He's gonna try to find it.
Yeah, it's like basically straight east of you, more or less. And there's a big ol' river thing.
He's gonna start following it downstream.
Ah, so you're choosing the hate pond and the violence water.
Cool. Enjoy the next, like, hour of walking. And that will take us basically to noon.
Yeah.
So Frank, you, at like 12:30, stumble, upon, a familiar landmark, actually, as you look up this brook. You recognize, the covered bridge.
for the record, this was my
God.
guess.
He made it a lot farther than I thought he would have. Unless he did manage to drive. He's gonna get himself up to the road.
Yep.
Is our good friend Clem here?
Not that you can see looking up and down the road. But there's, like, all the roads here are fucking curvy as hell, so, like, that's what, a few thousand feet? Clem's not, like, at the bridge currently, though.
There's no way that he managed to walk all the way out here.
Sure about that?
Maybe he did.
Because that's like a, 45-minute drive?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe.
So that's at least, like, 20 miles. And, like, he made it even further.
You didn't wake up with terribly long until sunrise left, I don't think.
Plus, what if you just took the direct route?
Okay, but walking is like 3 miles an hour at best. And when you're not on a trail, it's closer to 2 at best. So say
And
it was
that's like
about
when you're
20
walking
miles.
with a purpose. Even then. Like, who knows, sleepwalking pace tends to be slower than not sleepwalking pace.
So, like, walking all the way out here would have taken way too long.
Perhaps.
Like, that would have taken, like, 12 hours of straight walking.
On the other hand, where, like, you don't have a vehicle.
And he doesn't have his keys on him.
No.
Probably. And he doesn't have a phone.
Nope.
Fuck. His options are: pray to God he did actually drive in his sleep and walk up the road into the gore, hoping he'll find his car. Or try to walk to the bed and breakfast.
When has it ever been suggested that walking into the gore would be a bad idea?
Yeah, walking to the bed and breakfast is probably a better idea.
That is, for the record, a long-ass walk.
Yeah.
Also,
The
I would
one
point
so
out
far,
that
I
the
think, is-
trading post is between you and the bed and breakfast, if that's what you're doing, and that is slightly less of an awful walk. But
Yeah, but he doesn't know anyone there that would be willing to give him a ride without needing to
no,
explain
but you
everything.
could use a cell phone.
That's fair.
Or you could go see if your vehicle's around.
Yeah, I think that's only like less than 2 miles up the road from where you are, if I'm looking at this map right. Which is
Yeah, like looking at
probably
the map,
like a third of the distance
shouldn't
it is to the B&B. So you could do that in like an hour? Maybe less?
Tom is gonna like walk to the other side of
Who
the
is?
bridge and. Sorry, Frank.
Okay, I was confused for a second.
Frank is gonna like walk to the other side of the bridge and like look around the bend towards where the ranger gate is.
Yeah, so, you look down the road, and parked up alongside the tree line, just, pulled off the road, is a familiar vehicle, and kind of, poking around it is a familiar man.
It's Clem.
It's Clem! He seems to have found your vehicle.
Frank's gonna walk up and give a wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, hey.
I'm sure Frank looks like shit and looks incredibly tired.
I mean, he woke up face planted into the forest floor, so yeah, he's not doing too hot. He's also wet. It's been raining for an hour.
Hi.
Doing alright.
No.
Didn't think so.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, it seems my sleepwalking habit has gotten a little bit out of hand, apparently.
He nods sagely.
I see why you would die for Clem.
Oh god, I just hope my keys are in there.
Yeah, they're, right there on the seat.
Thank god. Okay.
I like this man.
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning.
I can tell.
Are you up here fixing the light again, or?
Yeah, that old thing, you know, not, didn't make much progress on it. Gonna have to do some rewiring.
Reasonable enough. I'm gonna be honest, I'm starving, I need to drive home and get myself something to eat.
Yeah, sure thing. I don't mean to hold you up.
Yeah, I will. See you some other time. Frank's gonna get in his cart.
And, for the record, I'd be careful with any adventuring out here.
Yeah, that's
Most
reasonable.
folks I've met on this bridge, well, a fair few of them never really came back.
What do you mean by that?
Lost, I suppose.
Did you talk to any of them?
Few.
Any of them talk about anything weird going on with them?
Mostly sleepwalkers.
Did any of them mention hearing a train whistle when they woke up?
Couple, maybe. Been a while.
Frank is staring at his steering wheel. That's definitely good to know. Well, I'll make sure I'm careful. Thank you for the advice.
Sure thing.
Frank is gonna drive home.
So how about them train noises, Jade?
Frank's driving
drives home.
back to the ice cream shop.
Poor man just wants to live his life.
Oh, God.
So Tom and Milo are going on an adventure to the Forbidden Lands this evening.
Yup. I think I will try and leave about like 4:30 if I can. Because I expect I'm not doing that much for the last like half hour. I will definitely like mention to Tammy that something came up and can I leave a little early? And
Yeah.
you know.
You're good. You're good. Get out of here.
I've been kicked out to go do crime. When you get out of the last class before winter break.
Literally, though.
When you're
My
when your
creative
last
writing
class-
professor made like an entire class activity optional.
Nice.
My last class just didn't happen because my professor was in the anthropology conference.
Yeah, so you guys meet up somewhere? Head somewhere?
We should probably only take one car.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you just wanted to meet Milo at the B&B, then you could...
Yeah, I think it would be
Yeah.
better if I like picked you up and then we could go over. I think that would probably be shorter, because then we'd only have to do that loop. I say loop in very broad strokes. Like once.
Sure.
Because then you don't have to come all the way back and then go. Because you're pretty close to the... Now I'm just doing geography.
Kai is
Okay.
now doing calculus.
Just don't block Marshall in. Oh wait, you can't. Cynthia's already doing that.
Cynthia's car hasn't moved. It's gonna get fucking impounded.
Yeah. So I'll pick Milo up at like 5-ish.
Yeah.
Probably pack some sandwiches that are not from the trading post.
Are they
But, like,
going
that
for a
I
picnic?
Well, we don't know how long we're gonna be out here.
It's
I'm telling you, it's
nighttime!
gonna be,
Hopefully
like,
not
an
that
age.
long!
I'm being prepared.
Alright.
I
You
have a
could have
big
brought a first aid
flashlight
kit instead
and
of
some like
sandwiches.
hiking.
and I
No, I
got
think I have a first aid kit too.
Yeah. Did you pick
I
it up?
have like a backpack.
This
It's not a
conversation
hiking
is happening in the car ride. You guys get to the spot.
and like a water
Um,
bottle.
Cynthia's
I brought
vehicle
shit.
is still where it was, and so you cannot park there. So you have to go to your spot further up the road.
Cool. My
Uh,
first aid kit has like Advil in it because I'm going to be hiking.
Cynthia, I will also point out that you are forgetting something.
I was expecting as much.
In fact, you were probably forgetting something like an hour ago.
I don't know, if I was forgetting something an hour ago, I'm not sure I would have been ignoring it at
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at.
this point.
It's like while these two were like in transit, you have some time.
Yeah. I think, like, Cynthia, as soon as she realizes that she's forgetting something, goes and, like, grabs the book and opens it, and it's still sitting in, like, the kitchen sink. for the record, even though that's been emptied at this point.
Yeah.
Um, what's up? I assume this is Milo's going to the mills.
Yeah.
And it's not like I have any way to actually stop them right now.
You'd have to get creative.
You
I'd have to
could
get
call
through.
Tom and ask for a ride.
That's not what
Ride to the
plan
mills?
definitely was.
There are other
Yeah.
people you know with a vehicle.
Yeah, I think Cynthia is gonna make one phone. I think Cynthia's gonna first call Milo.
Milo, you are, like, waiting for Tom to pick you up when your phone rings. Or Tom to get to where you're meeting. I mean, I said the wrong words, in your phone rings.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to decide whether he picks.
Caller ID says, uh-oh.
I'm really curious to see what Cynthia's contact name is in Milo's phone.
I feel like the answer is no, honestly, Milo.
Always say yes to Cynthia.
No, do not.
I'm never wrong about anything. Cynthia is ringing.
Yeah. So this is just while Milo's like waiting for. Yeah.
And the call was coming from inside the house.
I think he'll pick up the phone. I think he'll answer.
Milo?
Yeah.
You're going to the mill, aren't you?
Milo, what
And
the
then
fuck?
I think Milo hangs up.
Milo's gonna
Milo's
get
phone starts
serial
ringing.
killed tonight. Call this bitch Cheerios.
Milo's
I
phone
think-
is ringing again.
I don't think Milo
Block.
answers. Yeah. I think Milo isn't gonna. But I think this call gets relayed to Tom on the drive there.
Well, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. I do not stop driving.
I think as soon as Milo rejects the second call, Cynthia's making another second call, or third, I guess, call to
An
Lorna
additional second call.
Crawford. An additional second call.
A call that would be the
No.
second call if the second call was the first call, which it wasn't, but if it was, it would be the
We're
second
zero
call.
indexing here.
To who?
Lorna Crawford.
Gonna-
She picks up. Hello?
Hey, Lorna. Are you free approximately now?
Well, I was just settling in to do a bit of knitting, since we, obviously haven't had the club, meetings recently. But I suppose that can wait if there's something pressing.
Do you know anything about the old mills?
Other than that, there's a lot of them. Not particularly.
Well, I know you think at this point you're sort of aware of my whole thing.
Certainly a unique circumstance.
For whatever reason, it's very important that a friend of mine does not go there.
Go where, specifically?
To the mills.
Which mills?
Does it just said the mills, doesn't it?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the book is very good at, like, talking about things generally and you knowing what it means specifically.
Yeah.
There's definitely room for interpretation.
Right.
But, like, you would know that that's referring to the mills up along Mill Stream.
Yeah.
There are
But,
lots
like,
of
not a
fucking
specific
mills
one.
in the area.
One of the ones on Mill Stream, which is not a very broad category, I know, but as I understand, he's heading there now.
Alright.
I am also currently without a car due to unrelated circumstances.
Well, I could certainly give you a ride up there.
I would appreciate that.
Say no more. And Cynthia, before you know it, you are cruising down the back roads of Delm, Vermont towards Mill Stream. Meanwhile, Tom and Milo have just gotten out of a vehicle.
Cool. I'm sort of intending to follow Milo, I think, since he presumably
Yeah.
hopefully has some idea where we're going.
Yeah. Is there any of the Mill Stream he like hasn't really been yet?
I mean, that, like, I guess technically there's, like, south from this road. But that's a lot less mill heavy of a region. There might be one or
Yeah.
two, but
I mean, it's a place to check. I think if you're like audibly, like actively trying to decide this.
I mean, also, he didn't get very far on the Marshall side because he ran into Marshall.
that is
I
true.
think isn't that where he went last time?
Well, he was on the other side of the bank.
Oh yeah, because there was a Marshall.
The mill stream is divided in half by a bridge, or well,
Yeah.
not exactly in half, but in half by a bridge, and then there's a side to each.
Yeah.
So it's like
then I think
quarters.
he'll go explore the Marshall zone.
Okay, so we're going to the Marshall Zone. That is the north side. That is north of the bridge on the north side of the stream.
Yeah.
Or I guess it would really be more like the east side, the west side of the stream. Nah, it's definitely the north side of the stream.
It's
Okay.
definitely not.
Anyway, so yeah, you guys walk. There's no Marshall in the Marshall clearing. Although, to get to all of this, you have to walk past Cynthia's fucked up car. It's still there.
Right.
But yeah. So you walk for a while. While they're walking, Cynthia, Lorna, like, pulls up to the bridge. And she sees your car and goes, "Oh, my."
Yeah, I was up here last time he tried this, and some delinquents took offense at my presence, as far as I'm aware.
Kids these days.
I know, right? Well, best of luck with the rest of your day. If you do know anything about the mills, please let me know. I'd appreciate it.
Nothing immediately comes to mind. Just a bunch of remains of industry.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for the ride.
Yes, if you need a ride back and it's not an unreasonable hour of the morning, feel free to call me.
Well, if it's still light out, hopefully I'll be able to.
It's not light
It's
out
not
right
light
now.
out right now.
Oh, never mind. It's dark already.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll give you a call.
And she pulls out.
Great. Cynthia has a big flashlight too.
It's probably older than Tom's.
This one's new.
That's true.
So
The
Tom
other
and
ones are
Milo,
props.
you're walking in the woods at night. There's some mill stuff about.
I think I want to roll poke around just to like have it.
Yeah.
Um,
Are you like?
Probably
Are you
with-
guys like stopping to check out structures you find?
I'm intending to. I don't know what Milo is doing.
Yeah, Milo probably is
Okay.
looking for food.
So yeah, it's like a good while before you find the first one. But when you do, it's like basically a full structure.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and then I'll poke around there probably. I expect with brains because that's, I mean, investigation.
Yeah.
That's a 10. So I have 2 questions. How about, for my first one, what is being hidden or obscured?
I think it's just a mill. There's like some like cool old bottles and stuff, you know. Some tools left behind. But...
For a second, the way you said that, I thought you were saying it in character, and I was like, what the fuck? It just showed up.
The mill. It's got thoughts.
But yeah, it's just a mill. Pretty cool. Kind of spooky at night.
Yeah. Milo was probably getting good footage of Spooky Night Mill.
Milo doesn't care about footage right now. Milo's pissed because Milo hasn't found anything yet.
That too.
Yeah, that's.
Tom not finding things is not making him happier as a person.
No, it wouldn't.
But you give the whole mill a very thorough once-over, you know, poking in all the nooks and crannies. And it's mostly just like cool old trash.
Oh,
But you managed to not kill yourself doing it.
that I do appreciate that. Could I save the rest of my holds for not this mill? Because I feel like doing each one individually would be like, I mean, I guess an option.
Yeah. You guys can hop on to the next mill. Although it's really probably more of like a basement with some former walls.
Yeah. Well, I guess so. The question I was really trying to ask was, should I like be rolling for every mill that we get to, or can we
No.
treat that what is hidden or concealed as I am doing a good investigation of all of the mills that we find, because I would like to know things, please.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was
Okay.
assuming was happening.
I thought so too. I just wasn't entirely sure.
Mill. Well, then it doesn't
Milo
really
is
make
upset.
sense to, like, hold on the questions, does it?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's the best question for like trying to. I kind of want to hold on to my second one in case we like find something that needs a closer look. Because I feel like what is hidden or obscured is it's fairly broad.
Yeah. I think you're on like mill 3, you know, a few hours in, when Tom, you notice from outside of this mill, which is a fairly still existent one, you notice through a window that there seems to be a light at the far end of the clearing.
I'll like point it out to Milo. Because that's... Is it like, can I tell what kind of a light it is? Is it like obviously a flashlight being shined around?
That would be a likely assumption, but it's just a light.
Okay.
Kind of.
It could also be Ghost Orb.
It could be
Ghost
Orb.
Orb.
It could be Ghost Orb.
It could be Ghost Orb.
Don't tell Milo that.
The light.
But if once Milo sees the light, Milo was already thinking Ghost Orb.
Who's Milo?
I
Fucking
think-
Latch? Just walking
think-
into the
Leave
light.
Latch alone. I love Tom.
I think Milo has been a little depressed up until this point, but spooky light in the woods makes him a little bit of a happier man.
Okay.
Alright.
Very concerned.
Sorry to disappoint.
Because I think it is more likely that this is... I feel like it isn't a huge leap too. Cynthia tried to come after you the last time this happened. Maybe we don't go investigate the light and instead...
You're being
Wait,
close-minded, Timothy.
I'm trying to
Okay,
stay
what do you
alive.
do? It's moving.
Milo wants
It's
to
getting
go
closer.
towards the light.
Milo is... Are you leaving the mill? To go to the light?
Perhaps.
That
I
is
think
not a
like-
yes or no question.
No, I think he meant like once Tom points it out, I think he's like, I mean, we should go check it out. I don't think we're gonna find anything in the mill.
I don't know that that's a great idea. But I probably can't, like, stop you.
This coward just want to find the ghost.
No, I just want to know if it is a ghost or if it's Cynthia trying to, like, come kill
Throw
us.
Milo at it, you'll find out!
Yeah, that's my plan!
Sacrificial Milo.
Yeah, I think I might stay here in case it's, like, Cynthia come to, you know, drag you back to town or whatever, and feed you to her river book. But just, like, yell if it's anything interesting. Or if it's Cynthia, I guess.
Milo, are you gonna go
Yeah.
with the light?
Yeah, I think Milo will like try to get. I think he's trying to keep a bit of a distance, but he also wants to know what the funny light is. Because he is a 2-year-old.
Milo, in this campaign, has been renowned for his self-control.
Yes.
Yeah, so Milo, you like creep outside, and you're kind of staying like away from the edge of the like tree line where, you know, this light is, as it sort of sweeps over this clearing, and settles on your general vicinity. Cynthia, you found Milo. He's in the mill.
Yeah.
I'm glad I stayed in the mill. I've also, like,
Yeah.
turned off my flashlight for the record. I am
I
hiding
think-
in the mill.
Yeah.
Milo,
think-
you can't see.
Shit.
There's
right.
just a light. Cynthia, what do you do?
I think Cynthia, like, lowers the flashlight a little bit and is like, Milo?
Milo, what do you do?
Milo fucking booked it.
Cut and run. Roll the dice.
Where is he going?
Anywhere but
Into the
here.
night.
Not here.
Yeah.
Join Frank being banished into the woods.
You got unbanished.
Yeah, but he's probably gonna get rebanished.
I would never.
Nonsense.
That was
I'm
a good
assuming
one.
I can see Milo just fucking sprint in a direction.
Not without sticking your head into a window, you can't.
Well, I'm like trying to pay attention to what's been happening.
Then you're
What if-
visible.
Yeah.
You
Cool
said you
and
were
fine and
hiding,
good. Yeah.
so I assumed that you were hiding.
I was hoping there might be a like convenient window that I can peek through.
All of
But
the
light
windows
does
that
go
would give you
through
a view
windows.
of this, they aren't glass. There's no glass in them.
Yeah.
You would just be
Light
standing
does go
inside
through
the
holes
mill.
in the wall. Can I hear Milo? Can I hear him run then?
You
That's
could
not very
probably hear him
quiet.
take off. That would I would assume would be a thing, but I don't know how he rolled, so
Yeah,
Okay.
what would that be like?
I don't. You
Sorry,
tell me.
I'm like thinking, cause this is just panic.
Well, I think if you're like if he's fucking afraid, then you should roll pull it together first.
You can consult on the... It's me. I'm terrifying.
Yeah. Cause I did get an 11 on the cut and run roll. But eventually.
But yeah, if you if you roll an 11,
Yeah.
does it matter?
No. But like, I want to know if it's like a really big funny number.
Well, you're
Well,
not
okay.
good with brains, so.
Yeah, if it was with brains, it would matter. But other than that, it wouldn't.
I don't know. I feel like it's definitely grit or soul. I don't know which.
Yeah.
I feel like this
So
might
either
be
way.
stubbornness. Like, cause I honestly don't think he finds Cynthia scary. He's just like,
Yeah.
fuck
This is
you,
more
I'm
just
out.
This feels
like,
to me like grit.
Yeah.
I think the fact that this is a
Get
fuck you
with you.
roll kind of informs the fact that it would be a grit roll.
Yeah.
Cause, and I think of anyone here, Milo's the one in his element right now. This is his
Yeah.
element. He doesn't get grit
Yeah.
often because this is his element, but it is his element.
Yeah. No, then he rolled an 11. Still. So. He.
On a
You're
10
in the
plus,
woods now.
you
She
slip away
books.
to relative safety. Yeah, so, Milo fucking books it. Tom, you hear him sprint. And Milo, basically what you do is you put the mill between you and Cynthia and just run into the woods. And Cynthia,
Yeah.
like, you can't, like, you lose track of him basically immediately when he slips behind that building. And as you
Can
kind of
I
circle
try and-
around, he's just not there.
Man, he left. Can I, like, try and poke my head into a window really fast and get a direction for this? I'm hoping that this can be, the hiding one.
Yeah. Yeah, keep a low profile.
Yeah, I expect with grit. I don't want to be seen either.
I don't think this is grit because Tom is not in Tom's element, and you can't use grit
That's
if you're
true.
not
Then
in your
it's-
element.
Then it's probably soul. Let's keep an eye on this idiot so he
I need
doesn't
to
go
go
running
retrieve
into
food.
the woods.
Yeah, do that.
Too late on that one.
I will return with food.
But yeah, so I think this is probably with soul because it's definitely not with brains. I guess the only other option is Moxie, and like I don't know, it could be Moxie.
You can't
It
use
feels more
Moxie
like
if you're
soul to
chickening
me.
out.
Yeah.
This feels more like soul to me.
Yep.
So I don't have any bonuses to this roll.
That sounds like a you problem.
That is a 6.
Well.
I do not go unnoticed.
Nope. Cynthia,
Do I
as
at
you
least
kind
get
of.
a direction for Milo?
Well, I mean, you know he ran backwards, so somewhere behind the mill. But Cynthia, as you kind of scan around looking for Milo, you catch a glimpse of someone else in the mill. And that's a wrench in the plans.
Okay, who? I think like Cynthia just flashes past the window with the flashlight, realizes there was a face in it. It's like, oh, turns the flashlight back to the window.
And he's ducked out of the way at that point, but you definitely
Yeah.
saw someone.
Who are you?
The power of Christ compels you.
Cynthia's like walking towards the mill.
On the, like, door side?
Towards the window.
Yeah.
The face of it.
Where is that in relation to the door?
It would be the doors on the side. This window would be the back window, probably.
Okay, so I can't, like, it's not opposite sides, so I could go out the door and try and
Yeah, no,
be in the
definitely
woods.
not.
Fuck. I think I'm probably also cutting and running at this point, just trying to sprint, which is not something I'm good
You
at.
can't sprint.
I can't sprint. There
That's
is no
not.
way I'm
You're not
getting out of
physically
this.
capable of doing that. You can hobble quickly.
Yes.
Even Cynthia can walk faster than Tom.
Yeah.
But like, and also, she's between you and the direction Milo went.
Yeah.
And also, like, the door is basically just to her left. So.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Trying to decide if I was running gave me just enough time to think of a different, better solution. That might at least be slightly more effective. I'm like sort of headed towards the door. But not like fast. Trying to make my stride very obvious, which I don't think is terribly difficult because old creaky floorboards.
Yeah.
So I think that at least Cynthia should give me
Yeah,
an
is that
idea.
like a Cynthia hears Tom walking?
Yes.
Question mark?
I'm a little bit distinctive.
Tom?
Yeah.
Casually.
Yeah.
Act natural.
You know.
How's it going? How's your day been?
What are you doing out here? I mean, I expected Milo, frankly.
Yeah, well, honestly, I figured that he might not get himself in as much trouble if he had, like, supervision. Which, well, I guess you could see how well that went.
You underestimate Milo's power.
But I think just that gesture at, there is no more Milo. He is gone.
How's it going? I'm back.
That is something that we'll need to help out with in a second. But first, I mean, Milo shouldn't be out here.
So you keep saying.
And I wish, or maybe I don't, and I can tell you why. But whatever he's gonna find, better if he doesn't. I think. I'm not sure exactly,
Well, that's not particularly a vote of confidence.
but I can't say I'm 100%, but I'm pretty certain at this point.
Alright. Well,
We should go find him before he gets himself into too much trouble.
we should. I reckon we can cover more ground if we split up. You could maybe see if...
Absolutely not. Tom, we're in the middle of nowhere, in the dark. If we
there's
split
a
up-
stream to
Why are you
follow.
even following him?
And you get lost, or we get separated, like, you're gonna be stuck out here.
You hear a sound.
Oh, Christ.
It's the cry.
it-
It's a cry. An animal
What?
cry. A coyote cry.
Christ. Not this. Okay. We need to find Milo, and fast, alright?
Take off in the direction that he went. I am not fast, but
Yeah.
I'm also
Cool.
desperately hoping that the whole clearing is not surrounded by coyotes.
I need you to advance your stability counter.
Tom?
Yep.
What's the thing that you
I
do?
love heading into danger. It's my favorite thing to do. When you charge into danger blindly.
It is literally dark out.
Gotta go get Milo.
And I think Cynthia's like, pretty quickly catches up to Tom and like is like, "You're following me. I'm leading this, okay? Listen."
Hey, Milo.
Yeah.
You're running through the woods. I would
Yeah.
assume keeping fairly close to the stream because you're like not that dumb, right?
Yeah, he's learned from his previous.
He's run not towards the stream, metaphorically. One too many times.
And after, you know, like this first sprint into the woods, basically as long as it takes you to convince yourself that no one's following you, you slow down a little bit. Not much, but like a little bit.
Yeah.
And probably around then is when you hear the, like, low, gurgly growl of something behind you.
Oh, great.
And then the cry of a wild animal. What do you do?
Yeah. I think sorry, I think Milo probably just like tries his best to like back out and then probably just like screams out for help.
That's at least a direction of a man.
Yeah.
There's lots of them, Milo. And you hear the buzzing of flies, and your flashlight reveals just like bits and pieces of wild animal as this sort of horde kind of swarms around itself. And it doesn't sound like you hear any response. What do you do?
So, sorry, well, like Milo's like in, because there's like the tree line and then like the clearing near like the street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Milo's like a little bit in the woods, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think he might try to at least like get himself into the like clearing.
How? Like, manner of movement. Not
Yeah.
existentially.
No. I think at this point he's just kind of panicking. I think he might just, like, sprint.
Milo, your foot slips
Yeah.
out from under you. And you eat shit. And
Every time that one you picked.
and they're fucking closing in. Cynthia and Tom, you see the blink of a flashlight flailing, for a split second. Cynthia, what do you do?
Cynthia hands Tom her umbrella, and like takes off in that direction, hopefully seeing if she can find a medium to large size stick on the way to pick up. Flashlight in the other hand.
You're not just like picking a tree branch up. Like,
yeah,
you are short for time and it is dark out. Like, you'd have to be looking for a
Right.
stick.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, that's not happening.
Cool.
Maybe keep your umbrella.
Nope, too
Yeah.
late. No, too late.
Yeah.
Walk.
Yeah, Cynthia,
Go.
Shoves the umbrella into Tom's hands and like, as like she's like walking in, or I guess like running towards the flashlight. I think she says to Tom like, "Open it if you're in danger."
Mary Poppins ass bitch. Cynthia, you sprint a couple 100 feet, and you see Milo on the ground, fucking surrounded by a ring of coyotes.
Mark.
What do you do?
I think Cynthia. How close are they to Milo? And how close
You
am I
have
to
like
Milo?
2 fucking seconds before
have
the
2
first one is
seconds. I'm
on
running
his
in-
throat.
Okay, cool. I am.
Pull an Asa.
Well, yeah, that's what my goal is here. I'd like to generate a small amount of an element of my choice.
Okay, what element would that be?
Fire.
What are you doing?
I think I'm putting the fire between Milo and the coyotes.
Not on the coyotes?
Oh, that's also an option. It's not very much fire, okay? Listen. It's a small amount. What's that gonna do? There's a lot of coyotes.
There's a lot of there's also like not a lot of fire can only do so much between Milo and the coyotes.
Yeah, true.
Also.
May as well put it on their face.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's hope I get enough dice that this can happen before they rip Milo's throat out. These dice have not been kind to me.
You could get different dice.
10.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Milo isn't dying.
A lot of hand choose.
Hopefully.
We've been over this
Yeah.
part. There's no complications.
Cynthia, you you basically burst into the midst of this pack and just let flame tumble out of your hands. And these things catch, and they catch like kindling.
That's what I was hoping for.
Completely fucking immolating everything immediately around you and also probably catching your dress on fire.
That's okay. We can deal with that later. We're grabbing Milo and booking it in the other direction.
You grab Milo, and as you forge your, take advantage of this path you've sort of created, as the rest of the coyotes shy away from the fucking smoking ash, of their brethren. You observe that as these things are, burning, hordes of insects are pouring out of them. And the beam of your flashlight catches just, clouds of flies emptying out of every, hole in flesh that exists, and also creating their own as these husks are burnt up around them. And you and Milo fucking book it, and I need you all to roll cut and run, because there are still more coyotes.
Great.
This feels very grit.
Yeah.
All situations, all parties involved.
No, because you can't roll grit if you're out of your element.
Oh, no gamers.
Milo is allowed grit.
I'd argue this isn't entirely out of Cynthia's.
I
Cynthia's
would
is
argue
entirely
that
out of
because
her
you're
depth.
not in your fucking town. Nice try.
Alright, fine.
And you're defending people who are.
Yeah,
you're
this
defending
is
an
Soul.
idiot who's also not from your town.
I am, in fact, emotionally invested.
That
this
I will
idiot
grant
is-
you.
Die. I'm going Soul.
Can this be brains? The smartest option is not where the coyotes are.
Do you have the facts?
No, I think it's more like you don't have.
Coyotes.
I think it's more like you don't
Leave.
really have the time to do like.
Yeah.
This isn't a tactical escape. This is a fucking book it.
Okay.
So I don't know if brains is applicable.
Yeah. Then. I mean, I guess my other
It has to
option
be Soul.
is. I don't know that I would be able to get away with Moxie.
You can't use Moxie if
You
you
can't
chicken
use
out.
Moxie to chicken out.
Okay. So
Roll
yeah,
Soul.
probably Soul then.
Yeah.
Don't die. I'm emotionally invested in my not dying.
You're emotionally invested. Yeah.
I got an 11.
11.
I got a 3.
Ah.
No.
We're leaving Tom in the woods.
Guess who also got a 3?
At least you have each other. So.
On a miss, you might get out of the frying pan, but you're headed straight into the fire.
Yeah. Can you?
Can I try and reach beyond?
Yes,
this
you can
one?
reach beyond.
I would like to do that. Gotta probably also be with Soul. Unless, because I don't think grit. I think it's not applicable for the same reasons.
Yeah. You didn't end up back in your element between now and this last roll.
No.
My love, that's also an option for you, if you wanted to take it.
Reach beyond.
Yeah.
Reach beyond
Sure,
guarantee
why
the
not?
safety of someone or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm hoping for. I guarantee the safety of myself.
No, it would be
Well, this
boosting the roll result.
Would it be the?
Oh yeah, from a miss to a
Okay.
hit, or a 7 to 9 for 10 plus.
Then yeah, that's a 9. So I advance my stability counter, raise the results of a roll by 1, and have a mixed success on.
Okay, so
How
you
do
need
you
to pick
run?
one from that. Milo, you.
would that be with Soul? Is that what we were thinking?
I would let
Alright.
you do it with grit, if you wanted
Well, I have a higher Soul fire than Grit. It doesn't actually matter either way because I rolled a 7.
Nice. That's enough.
to. So advance your stability counter, and then pick an option from the partial success list of cut and run.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be suffer harm. I don't want that to be the answer.
What are your other options?
I unwanted attention.
Because I don't think,
I
yeah, I
don't know
don't
what
think
the
there's
fuck I
anything you
have
can
that's
really
important,
leave
but I don't
behind.
want to lose it.
I think taking harm makes the most sense for both of you in this
Yeah.
situation. Logistically.
No,
Yeah.
I think that's the only one I can really justify.
Yeah.
Tom, you could leave Cynthia's umbrella behind. That could
I
be
could.
something important
I
that gets
don't-
left behind. Because it is currently in your possession.
I'd recommend take harm though. If
No,
you-
but I
if
don't have
that's
any
your other
reason
option.
to believe that your umbrella is important.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I mean, just say on
Yeah.
my priorities list.
It's very low. You could absolutely leave it behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave Cynthia's umbrella
Okay,
behind.
cool.
I'm going to choose
Milo,
violence.
you're like running through the horde, and one just noshes down on like your forearm or something, and that's like 2 harm.
Oh, okay. A little nibble as a treat.
Everything's eating you. You must taste good. And all of you
It tastes like
fucking
Doritos.
skedaddle, and you book it, and you
Yeah.
go, and you go, and you go, and conveniently, something put the horde off, maybe chasing you as committedly as they might have under different circumstances. And I think we're kind of just smash cutting to you all stumbling out of the woods by the bridge. completely deceased emotionally.
We're physically alive.
Milo's
That's very
bleeding
important.
again.
I have like a first aid kit that's probably like a decent one, so I will at least try and like take some alcohol wipes
I think-
and like gauze to Milo's
Some
arm.
Advil
think,
and
like-
some Dora band-aids.
I think like if Thomas gets that out, I think Cynthia will maybe say like, "Hey, hold on, I got this," and like move in to take over for him on this front. Because like Cynthia would also know how to do first aid.
Yep.
First aid.
First aid.
Yes. Okay, first aid and also other things. How about that? We'll go with
First aid.
So are you
First
taking
aid.
the like bandages from me, or are you
yes.
just
I'm taking the
laying
rubbing
hands?
alcohol and shit. I'm still like cleaning out this wound.
You're not being blatantly magical anymore.
No, I also am doing that.
Okay.
I'm just doing both.
Yeah.
cool.
Listen.
Who
I
needs
don't.
pretenses?
Are you
Even
gonna
if
roll the dice or not?
Yes, I'm rolling the dice.
I'm trying to wrap this session up, and I have been for so long.
Keyboard.
11. So on an 11 with healing hands, they recover 2 harm.
Milo, you're spick and span.
Wow, very cool.
You can't tell because
And
there's
I
a
think-
band-aid over it, but...
I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like it maybe is. I feel a lot better than it should.
yeah. That was... It's
Milo's
weirdly
just go-
okay.
And I don't know.
All
You
of
might
you...
get a little bit of like Cynthia's eyes being a little glinty in the flashlight. I almost got the fuck out.
Yeah, so all of you are, what, piling in
Tom's car.
Tom's
Tom's
car.
Yep.
Yep.
Heading back.
Yep.
As you pull out, and, you know, head back to probably the B&B first.
Yeah, that's the closest.
On your drive, you know, like just a couple hundred feet down the road, basically, you're at like cruising speed, but you do notice that like you drive by someone on the side of the road. Oh my god! Holy shit! Sorry! I need a minute! Oh my god, my heart! Okay, fucking Kai and Abby, I just saw, like, okay, so what it was a car pulling out that I saw through your window, but what it looked like was 2 red eyes steadily peeking up over the windowsill, and my heart fucking stopped!
Have we killed Kellen successfully?
Yeah, there's a parking lot right out there.
I was like, that's just a demon! Oh my god, okay, I'm alright, I'm okay.
Hey,
The
Kellen, are
session
you gonna
has
get
me on
experience
edge.
for Are You Scared?
No one gets credit for that but me. Jesus fuck, that was stupid. Anyway, yeah, you drive past, and there's like somebody on the side of the road. You just catch a little glimpse of them.
Like standing or like walking, or can I tell?
Like walking.
Do I get any color?
It's dark out.
Okay, but like I have headlights.
Yeah, but it's dark out.
Okay.
I wouldn't say like the color is super clear, but they're like small-ish.
I mean, fuck.
Like that might have reasonably been a child, but it also might have been an adult. But you're
Yeah,
driving, and there are a lot of things that you're not dealing with right now, and that's one of them. But Cynthia, you would also notice said entity. Also Milo. But Milo might have more answers than just, I don't know, some weird fuck.
What was that? Is
Yeah,
that a kid?
I mean, I've done this once before. I was, or at least see someone on the side of the road and like pause and have to turn around, and I don't think I've gotten any faster at it.
And I also don't think you're doing it right the fuck now. Like, you just got chased out of the woods by coyotes. One thing at a
No,
time.
I want to know.
Yeah, but not right now, you don't! This has been one of the
What
most
the fuck?
Kai, this has been one of the most traumatizing evenings of Tom's life. He took 2 stability ticks.
That's true.
True.
He's currently having half of an identity crisis. Like, he almost got mauled to death by coyotes. Cynthia did fucking shit the whole time. Nothing's okay right now. Whoever that was probably has their life more together than you do right now.
Yeah. I think I just go, cool, and keep driving.
Everyone gets returned to their respective homes safely.
Cynthia recommends that if Milo hasn't gotten vaccinated against rabies already, he should do that.
Got that one covered, actually. Thanks. Yeah, and you all get home.
Cynthia also probably marks on its like, and this is why we don't go exploring the mill
Apparently.
at some point on the drive.
And that's gonna do it for us. End of
Great.
session. God damn.
Oh man. Alright. So I'm gonna need a reminder on some of these. Was I scared? What the fuck? Yes.
Did you uncover a secret or hidden truth?
I'm the only one I don't think who
You
did
did.
this session. Did you roll? I don't think I rolled with Moxie at any point this evening.
No, I don't think so.
And
I haven't been paying much attention to what
what's
you
the last one?
wrap up something.
Right.
To resolve a long-term issue.
issue.
I would argue that you only exacerbated long-term issues.
Just
Yeah.
made it worse.
Yeah, so that's one.
I'm not over the demon I saw.
Frank, was I scared? Yes. You show up in the woods. Did he uncover a secret or hidden truth? Hey, Cynthia.
That's your ass.
Also, the fact that Clem knows anything about, people disappearing into the woods after sleepwalking and hearing train noises. That's another piece of information he's learned. And then he did roll with grit, so that's 3, so 1 XP.
Milo.
Fair enough. Was I scared? A little.
Just a little.
As a treat.
A little. Rolling that 3 was not good for my heart.
Rolling that 3 was not good for me.
That is my fault. What are the other ones? Secret or hidden truth? I don't know if, Milo really did. Unless you could.
Tom and Frank doing most
Yeah,
of it.
that's a Tom and Frank sort of thing. So, Milo was mostly frustrated this session about not being able to uncover any secrets or hidden truth.
The coyotes, they're full of flies.
They
Yeah,
burn
but we already
well.
kind
That
of
too.
We knew that already. It wasn't particularly a secret they were keeping.
Yeah. And then
And you
what-
didn't
what's
even
the
hear
other-
him out! That's the worst part!
And then he didn't roll with this highlighted stat. He just rolled with brains at all tonight.
Imagine that.
Poor man.
Imagine that.
Tom.
Man was not using his brains. Was I scared? I don't know if you noticed that I just closed my eyes and dropped some dice on my notebook, but I sure did do that. And Secret or Hidden Truth, I mean Cynthia A. Book B. Fire. So I didn't roll with Moxie, and I don't think we didn't do any wrapping stuff up, but that is 2 questions.
Cool. Diners, drive-ins, and dives, people.
Fuck. Where do I start? I had a great time tonight because I did a lot of lying to other PCs' faces while internally rooting for them to beat answers out of me, and I enjoyed that immensely. Also, I got to haul Milo's ass out of Coyoteville and be a little bit spooky about it, which I've been looking forward to for 11 sessions now. Drive-ins. I think just the fallout of everything that happened in this session to Cynthia. Also, I want to know, like, why is it dangerous to, why is it dangerous?
Why Mill's bad?
Why Mill's bad? Thank you, Kai.
We got to
Other
like
than
this. We got to
coyotes.
like the halfway point of this session, and I was like, Cynthia has burned all of her PC bridges, so now I just have to make it my job to make her signals as violently mixed as possible. And it worked out nicely. Frank?
Alright. Give me one moment to chew.
Bless you.
Diner, it has to be pulling up to Cynthia's house and taking no prisoners. Yeah. That was really fun. Just getting to go for it there was great. Drive-in. Hey Clem, why do you know about a bunch of people walking into the woods and never coming out?
Because he's Clem. I love Clement. Bestest boy.
Like, why do you know about a whole bunch of disappeared people?
No. Live long enough.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Alright, Diner was probably... I don't know. I'm trying to remember everything that like happened this session. To be honest, I don't know. I wasn't there. Milo wasn't involved, but I was a really big fan of Cynthia and Frank's whole conversation. I don't know. I really enjoy whenever the two of them are like on screen together. It's a very good energy. And also Frank, don't talk to me or my son ever again. Which was very good. And yeah. And then my drive-in is probably... I want to know why Milo's not allowed to look at the mills. I want to know what they're hiding. Yeah, that's all for me.
I think I have two diners. That's the word. I think rolling up to Cynthia's house and Frank has chosen violence, and I go, I will also choose violence. Was a lot of fun. Just being able to like stand there and like text Milo and just offer like important facts. Was a lot of fun.
Just hand Frank ammunition while he's opening fire.
Yeah. And then, Cynthia goes all ace on some coyotes. Was a great, like, moment. Coyotes in big air quotes.
Why?
They're just normal coyotes. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you know. Regular coyotes happen to be full of flies sometimes.
And extremely flammable.
Yep. I was really hoping they were gonna be extremely flammable, and I'm very pleased they were. Drive-ins. Hey, Cynthia. What do you mean throwing fire around?
No.
Yeah, and I guess just like, I mean, I would also like to know why Milo is not allowed to go into the mills.
think my diner is probably just the fact that, like, 80% of this session was completely PC driven. Like, I didn't have to do shit today. That was awesome. Honestly, an ideal way to function. I just get to do shit when it happens, and y'all are just, like, doing things. And more importantly, you're doing shit that's, like, monumental when it comes to the plot. And you're doing it on your own. And that's, like, sick. Love that for all of us.
Our actions made Kellen happy for once.
We played the game.
You played we rolled so many dice this session. This session had more dice hit the table than, like, the last 5 combined. Probably more. Like,
except for maybe the one where Elrose died.
I should, yeah, other than that, like, I should start fucking tallying dice rolls during sessions, because we just had a high score. That was sick. That was, like, I felt like what we did just now was, like, Periphery happening. You know, like, the system doing its thing, and, like, getting the shine, and, like, do mechanics, and make shit happen. And that was fucking awesome. Drive-ins. Can one of my drive-ins be my dive? Is that allowed?
Do it.
Hold your horses. You'll get there
It's
in
a
about
dive.
a minute.
Yeah, so that's, like, something. Also, like, yeah, I don't know, I'm excited to see the fallout of, Cynthia's cards getting forcibly put on the table.
Yo.
I'm hyped to see where that goes. I feel like this is, I think, the perfect climax for, like, season 1, in so much as it exists. Like, I don't think I could have written something better than this, because it feels like we got to do, like, the whole, like, the build-up to, like, this group of people come together in a situation. And I think we, like, got there, basically, right now. And that's sick as hell. So now I'm just excited to, like, after like, next session is the last of my, like, that's the last episode of season 1. Which means season 2 is coming up. I'm excited for season 2. So are some other people, but they don't know it yet. Yeah. So that's neat. I think it's time for our regularly
like
scheduled.
2 more seconds.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Kai's making a "Don't talk to me or my son ever again" meme. With
I
Frank.
did it.
You
I
interrupted my. You interrupted
Now it's
my
time for the
line. You
regularly
interrupted the
scheduled
line. Now I have to
It's so
redo it.
rude.
God fucking damn it. And now, I think it's time for a regularly scheduled dive. In a controversial take, this one's in 2 parts.
Yikes.
Cynthia, you get back to the house, and you're forgetting something.
I know better than to ignore it.
It's not hemorrhaging water.
That's a good sign.
And in fact, the page regarding Milo's mill visits is, like, still there, but it's not. That's not why you're here. You're here for a different page. A page that informs you that there is a dire threat that needs to be taken care of soon. And Cynthia, you can tell by the vagueness of this missive that whatever it is very bad, and you're also on your own.
Great. Amazing. Oh boy.
A few hours later, Frank, you open your eyes. And you don't hear a train. You're standing at a clearing. And in this clearing, you can see two things. The first is a wooden structure. The angle you have it on it is from the back a little bit to the side. So you can see that it is essentially a back wall, a slanted roof, and posts on concrete slabs. And you also can see that cutting through this clearing are train tracks. And as you approach this structure, as you walk around to the front of this little building here, you're walking through an overgrown field. The whole place sort of has run down, unused vibes, and yet, as you approach, you see someone. And when you sort of stop in your tracks, he looks up at you from underneath the brim of his hat. And he says, "Good evening." And that's where we're gonna call it! See you next week! We're out of here!
We will not see you next week, disclaimer.
Or at least not next Saturday.
Not next Saturday. Hopefully next week at some point.
Yeah.
Hopefully next week at some point. But, see you then. We're ending the stream. It's over now.